Please do all take a seat. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to welcome you to this meeting of Council, our annual budget meeting, and remind you that this meeting is going to be webcast and broadcast all around the world for your viewing pleasure. It is with great sadness that I advise that former councillor Mike Gledhill has recently passed away. Mike was elected in 1980 and represented what was then the Cookridge ward, along with councillors Keith Loudon and councillor Les Carter. Would you please join me standing for a minute's silence? Thank you all. I would like to take this opportunity to wish everyone who is observing the Ramadan festival, both here in Leeds and indeed around the world, I'd like to wish them a Ramadan Mubarak. This is also an opportune moment to just remind everybody that the deadline was officially yesterday to respond regarding the civic iftar, which is 1 week today. If you would like to join us, and we would love to see as many elected members as possible there, please do let us know, if possible by tomorrow, please, so that we can make the necessary arrangements. And of course, with huge thanks to everyone who has so far been incredibly generous with mice grants towards the civic iftar from right across the city. Huge thanks, but it's not too late if you would like to support the civic iftar, which is also, of course, in support of the Lord Mayor's charity Leeds Mencap. So huge thanks to all that have supported, huge thanks to all those that have signed up. But if you would love to join us, please do, and a great opportunity to support the iftar with a mice grant still exists. As many of you will know, James Rogers retires this week. He looked up there because he feels far too young, far too young. After 40 years of outstanding service to Leeds City Council, I was given some little jokes I was allowed to add in there, but apparently I wasn't allowed to say them. Before we hear from some group leaders later on, I would like to just take this opportunity on behalf of all of us to wish you, James, a very long, happy and healthy retirement, and to thank you for your leadership and your dedicated commitment and service to our city. Finally, it wouldn't be my announcements without mentioning the Leeds Knights ice hockey team, and so I do want to take this opportunity on behalf of the whole city to wish the Leeds Knights the very best of luck in the first leg of the National Ice Hockey League Cup final tomorrow night against the Sheffield Steel Dogs, where I am sure we will be triumphant. The second leg is going to be live screened in the Civic Hall, details to be announced in due course. And without further ado, I will move to agenda item 1. Councillor Farley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move that the minutes be approved.
Councillor Stevenson.
Second, Lord Mayor.
So the vote to approve the minutes. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Thank you very much. Item 2, declarations of interest. Would any members like to declare any interests? I see none, so we shall move on to agenda item 3, communications. Chief Executive.
No communications, Lord Mayor.
Hello. Councillor Farley.
I move in terms of the notice, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Stevenson.
Second, Lord Mayor.
So, vote to suspend various procedure rules in terms of the notice. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and congratulations, James, on your retirement. As the Lord Mayor said, James is a lifer, started work for the council as a 16-year-old on a youth training scheme in 1985. I think half the Labour group weren't even born then, and has, I won't start naming names on that one, but has been working for the council, ever since then. He started off working in personnel and trade and qualified in HR, and then in the 1990s he moved into project and corporate management, or as my former ward colleague Alderman Keith Parker used to say, I think he was a tea masher. Well, I think that's when you first met Keith at the time. Moved into becoming the head of corporate support, and then in 2007 the assistant chief executive. In 2017 the director of communities and environment, and then in 2021 took on housing as well. Just I won't read out a long shopping list of all the different things James has been responsible for. What I would like to pay tribute to is some of the great work that James has done in his time at the council. He was worked to set up the community hub network across the city, something that our residents use really regularly, and something has actually kept a front door and services for the council available in communities right across the city. He worked on the priority neighbourhoods and set up the work on that in terms of addressing poverty and inequality. He helped develop the first set of Leeds values that both us as a council, and we try and get other organisations, our partners in the city, to work. So that might not be the most high profile thing I'll talk about. It's certainly something that has brought together Team Leeds in the city and brought together the way that we work and the way we expect that, ourselves and other organisations to work together. Which brings me on to one of the next things I want to talk about, which again, not necessarily the most high profile or glamorous things, but certainly things like leading the community response to the 2015 Boxing Day floods that really saw those values of people in Leeds pulling together and working together in come into place. James has also worked through the Safer Leeds executive and with the communities and equalities team on responding to some of the incidents and situations we've had in Leeds. And I think at times, I think back to 2011 and also more recently in 2024. We didn't have a complete absence of disorder in Leeds, but the situation in Leeds was much better than other places. And like I say, those values and work that James has done was a big part of that. James was responsible for bringing Education Leeds and the arm's length housing organisations back in-house into the council, something that's made a difference to where we are today, and worked on many projects, including the Leeds Direct Arena as well. I also want to pay tribute to another thing that James has done. I have worked for many years with James on the council support for the LGBT community in Leeds. Leeds Pride went from being a choir singing on the steps of the museum as a couple of vehicles went past as part of a parade to being a massive event that is a landmark in the city and also for the LGBT community in Leeds across Yorkshire, and that is something that James has played a big role in working on. So I'll just finish by wishing James happy retirement. I'm sure I'll still see you at Ellen Road. I know you're continuing as the chair of the Leeds United Foundation. I'll be sat in the cheap seats and you'll be sat in the posh seats. But I'll still wave to you. I hope you can see me from where you are. And I hope you and Dawn have a really long and happy retirement together. And thank you for everything you've done for the council and city.
Councillor Lamb.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I fully endorse the comments of the leader on behalf of my group and I guess the whole opposition, because we don't have long in 3 minutes to pay a proper tribute to James. Well, I think there's 2 points I'd really like to make in addition to what the leader has said. When I first came here nearly 20 years ago, my former, by many not forgotten colleague, Councillor Proctor, described James as the council's fixer in those days, and it was genuinely meant as a compliment because when something went wrong in the council, James was the person that was brought in to try and solve it. It's never really changed in many ways, and he's moved department to department, different directors, always been able to apply his skill set to a variety of different things. And I think the real 2 tributes I want to pay are, one, I think the story of a young boy at 16 joining Leeds City Council and being able to work his way up to become the Deputy Chief Executive and have such a long and distinguished career. That should be a beacon of light to every young person in this city, that it doesn't matter where you start out. If you come with the right dedication, the right purpose, the right focus, the right intent, there's no limit to where you can end up. And I think that's the real tribute and the real legacy. Despite all of the policy things, that's what James leaves behind. And the second thing for me is I've always felt he is someone that really respects democracy, really respects that this is a democratic organisation, and really respects our role as members. And there's many times, particularly in opposition, that we've disagreed and been on opposite sides of the argument, but James has always been willing to listen, always been willing to consider other points of view, been willing to change course if we can persuade him, been willing to push back and tell us when we're wrong, politely and respectfully. And actually there's a lesson for councillors and officers around the chamber of how to conduct yourself in this place. It's out of respect for the people that we serve, not for us as individuals necessarily. It's out of respect for democracy. And that's the second legacy I would say James leaves, along with all of the other things that he's done. So I join in wishing James and his family a fabulous retirement. Hopefully there's many more years to come. You will be missed in this place, James. A lot of people will be looking, where will we go for help now when we need a bit of advice, a bit of support, a quiet, calming word. I'm quite sure you'll still be at the end of a phone because that's the kind of person that you are, but you will be missed. And thank you for everything that you've done for this city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It seems a bit odd talking about James retiring. 28 years ago, when I joined this council, he was the young man who was going places, who was doing things. In fact, it'd be about 20 years ago now, when I had responsibility for narrowing the gap. And James and I went to a dinner, and he told me all about his early life after leaving school, and the fact he'd come on a government training scheme to Leeds City Council. And I used him as the role model to talk to young people. Because, look, James came here on the training scheme, and look where he is now. With, by applying himself and working hard, he got to the top. And I think that sums him up. He's extremely hardworking. He's probably given me more briefings than any other person has on council over the years when I've had that on various areas of his responsibility. But as I say, I just, you know, I mean, I will be joining you shortly in a month or two, being retired myself. But I just think you're too young to be retiring. But anyway, enjoy yourself and have a good rest of your life. Thank you.
And can I ask colleagues to please join me in a huge round of applause for Mr. James Rogers. So, agenda item 4. Colleagues should know. Yeah, there's a proper pause. If colleagues would turn to page 6 of the agenda pack as we now consider the budget motion. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'm pleased the enthusiasm from my colleagues as I move the budget. Normally get heckled by the other side, but this time, and I really thank the Labour Group for their support at the start. So, Council, the report before us today puts forward a balanced budget for 2026-27 at a time when 30 other councils around the country are currently in receipt of exceptional financial support from the government. And we've got here, thanks to the work of Victoria Bradshaw, who is sat right behind me, and her finance team, and I'd like to thank them for their work. And I would... I'd also like to thank the senior officers team as well in the council for their work in getting us to where we're presenting a balanced budget. I'd also like to thank Councillor Cooper for her work as a Resources Exec Board member, and this is Councillor Cooper's last budget meeting. Although, as Councillor Cooper knows, these meetings are webcast every year. And I've checked back as well, and I think it is the 18th budget meeting that Councillor Cooper has attended under different political controls in this council. I hope you remembered all of them.
Yes, absolutely.
And great, because there's going to be a quiz later. Council, in early 2024, many council services were in decline after 14 years of austerity, introduced by the Conservative and Lib Dem governments and put forward with no thought of the impact on services and residents. Several of the Conservative ministers who were responsible for this unnecessary agenda have now joined Reform UK Limited. I'm not sure whether Lib Dem ministers have got to, but I think I might message Nick Clegg on Facebook and try and find out. But Council, we can't go back, and we are turning the page. The people of Leeds were fed up with Conservative cuts and the damage they did to public services. And this Labour group are also fed up with the damage done to public services. And today we are setting out how we will make things better. This budget contains £71 million of additional funding. It puts us on a more stable and certain footing going forward. And it means we will work to fix the basic services that suffered under Conservative austerity and that people in Leeds rely on every day. Let's start with potholes. Let's not forget Conservative cuts caused a £300 million pothole backlog in Leeds. But now we have £30 million of confirmed capital funding to be invested in roads in Leeds each year to fix potholes. This is a significant amount and will make a real difference. Conservative austerity also led to an increase in fly tipping. But under this administration, we've put in more resources and it's now down 16% since 2020. And I can confirm that this budget backs the service to improve further. We will build on our record of tough enforcement action against perpetrators and our successful Leeds accredited waste carrier scheme to help households choose someone responsible to take the waste away. We fully support the work of our serious environmental crime team to tackle the criminals and organised crime groups responsible for this disgusting practice. And to complement this, we will set up a new waste crime team, which will have specialist enforcement officers who will spend all their time tackling all types of waste crime, fly tipping and litter across the city. We will also increase the number of unwanted bulky item collections by 40%, and we are keeping the first collection up to 5 items free for all households, and will there be 3 free collections for those households least available to play. These are full funded frontline interventions that could not be done under Conservative imposed austerity. Austerity lasted the best part of 15 years and caused significant damage to the basic community infrastructure across the city. But now we can start to fix the foundations and rebuild. A flagship example of this is the Pride in Place programme. Leeds is getting £80 million from Pride in Place over the next 10 years. Compare that with a single levelling up scheme funded under the Conservatives. This money will go to communities where it is needed most. A big change from how the Tories allocated funding. And how can anybody forget Prime Minister Rishi Sunak standing up in Royal Tunbridge Wells, of all places, to announce changes to the funding formula to redirect money away from deprived urban areas to more affluent places. Under Pride in Place, Middleton Park, Seacroft, Farnley, Armley and New Wortley are getting up to 20 million each over the next 10 years to make long-term improvements that residents want. This includes 12.6 million capital funding and 7.4 million revenue funding. And there's work happening already with a community clean-up and action day in Wortley and a Pride in Place day coming up in Farnley. Conservative austerity took away this sort of activity and we are bringing it back. As under the Conservatives, neighbourhoods were left behind and communities pushed apart and people felt disconnected. The Pride in Place intervention will address this and put decisions in the hands of local communities to help them restore pride. I can also announce today that we will create a dedicated new capacity within the community support team to work with local ward members to develop a range of capital projects which will unlock resources across the ward-based initiative programme, the capital receipt and incentive scheme, community infrastructure levy and Section 106 funding. This will mean money that's there for communities will be brought forward and able to address local priorities. Until last year, Council, many budget council speeches pointed out the broken funding system for local government. I would just like to remind Council how much money went in the 2010s, the decade of Conservative and Lib Dem cuts. In 2011-2012, £38 million was cut from the Council budget. In 2012-2013, a further £32.7 million was cut. In 2013-2014, yet more, £32.9 million was cut. In 2014-2015, a further £33 million was cut. In 2015-2016, the last time the Lib Dems had their hands on any of this, it was the biggest cut of the all under the Lib Dems and Conservatives with £45.3 million, further taken away from the Council's budget. But it continued. 2016-2017, another £30.1 million was cut. 2017-2018, yet more, £25.1 million was cut. After that, in 2018-2019, £14.1 million was cut. And in 2019-2020, £15.2 million further was cut from the Council budget. This was a total reduction of £242.4 million a year. And I hope when we're listening to the opposition speakers later, wondering why money is not spent in the city, people remember exactly what they did when they had their hands on the national purse strings and how much was taken away. That was a total cumulative reduction of £2.7 billion over 14 years, taken away from services in this city that we all relied on. Let's not forget that. And for many years, I can hear some mumbling over there. Maybe I can read the figures out again if they didn't hear them properly. But for many years, councils across the... you're just encouraging me to do it, Stuart, aren't you? For many years, councils across the country lobbied government to fix a broken system. We said we needed major reforms to help councils to be more financially sustainable. We pointed out how the system made councils financially weaker and damaged public services. We campaigned for finance settlements for a period of this longer than a year so we could plan moving forwards. And we asked for updated funding formula. So actually the deprivation that's in the city now, not where it was at the start of austerity, was the one that was used. And we wanted them to consider social care demand and demographic factors. And we wanted a simplified funding regime. Under the Conservatives, there were over 30 different funding streams and many grant schemes that led to councils bidding against each other. This made councils spend some of the limited resources we did not have on putting bids together. What a waste of money. And time and again, this failed to deliver the change it needed. The Conservatives launched a fair funding review in 2016, which looked at the formulas for distribution. They published lots of consultations and reviews, but failed to implement the reform needed. They delivered, they delayed, and then they abandoned it. Local councils were in crisis, and they failed to act. Fortunately for us, the Labour government has now implemented the Fair Funding 2.0 for this budget. At the end of November, they set out the policy direction for the next 3 years with several major reforms. We now have multi-year settlements, so we have a 3-year settlement. This is welcome and allows us to set our financial plans on actual government figures for the medium term. This is the first time we've had this for over a decade and means more stability, certainty and long-term planning. They also confirm council funding will be based on needs and resources. They will take into account the demand for services and factors like deprivation, demography and the actual cost of providing services. This will update formulas over a decade old and is something council's been after for a long time. We now have a much simpler funding regime with over 13 different funding streams consolidated into a number of grants. This reduces bureaucracy and provides for greater flexibility and local control. And most importantly, there is a commitment to move away from competitive bidding. And when there are competitive bids, any costs incurred will be paid for as part of that. So it will be a new burden. Also, it is now confirmed that we will have 90% of historic SEND deficits up to 25-26 written off. Spiralling SEND costs are a significant budget pressure, and this is a very welcome step. And it's some decisive action where we never saw it from the previous government. This decision recognises that SEND costs are not of council's own making and are due to a broken system that the Conservative government failed to act on. Councils are now listened to, and this helps us provide better services for residents. For the second year in a row, I'm pleased to confirm our budget this year includes significant additional funding to make our services better and to make the city better. And as a result of this, our net budget has increased by £71.1 million for the next year. This will help us meet rising demand and cost pressures. It means that we will increase funding for care services for people of all ages in Leeds by £54.6 million over the next year. 67% of our budget next year will be spent on children and families and adults and health, and this underlines the administration's commitment to supporting vulnerable residents. It is not a problem for us, that's where we spend our money. It looks after some of the most vulnerable, and we are proud to do it with love and care, and it is something we will continue. This budget also puts forward £46.6 million in savings to help balance the budget, which we will achieve by making the council more modern and efficient. This is important in the face of rising demand, and the budget also includes a council tax increase. For the local council services, it's a below-inflation increase of 2.99% and 2% for the adult social care precept. And for a Band D property, this increase means an extra £1.74 per week. Council tax in Leeds, to remind everybody, is currently the second lowest of all the comparable core cities and the second lowest of all our friends in West Yorkshire. But you can compare this with some other councils, and it's been reported in the media that one of Reform UK Limited's flagship councils, Worcestershire County Council, is increasing the council tax by up to 9% this year. So it doesn't have to be the way that we're doing it, but because of the way we've run the council finances, we are able to bring that council tax rise in. We welcome the announcement in the budget in November as well that a mansion tax will come in from 2028, and that will see properties valued at £2 million or more pay a third charge towards council services. The budget also set out a new levy on overnight stays. Councillor Jenkins, I know you're always a keen advocate of this, and it's worth noting that Edinburgh is already implementing this level under Scottish legislation, and they expect they will raise in Edinburgh £50 million a year from an overnight stay levy. In this year's budget, we are saving money on the amount the council makes as an employer contributing to the West Yorkshire Pension Fund. The pension fund is very well run and in a surplus position of 109.2% for Leeds City Council. This has resulted in a reduction in the employer's contribution down from 15% to 12% next year, saving an estimated 10.39%. We also continue with positive constructive talks with the trade unions about equal pay claims brought on behalf of their members. I'm going to turn to reserves now. The Council's opening general reserves position for 26-27 is expected to be 16.25, and at the beginning of 25-26 it stood at 36.25 million. We have had to use reserves to balance last year's budget because of the need to meet demand pressures in statutory services, and it is clear, and we're open about this, that our position is lower than comparable authorities. So this budget, we are taking action to make the Council's long-term financial position more resilient. The budget proposes returning £49.6 million to the reserves next year. This will reduce risks and protect Council services next year from unknown demand for services. And these are services that look after homeless people and people who need social care. It is a responsible thing to do, and it will protect all council services, and it's in real contrast to the findings of the National Audit Office that the Conservatives and Lib Dems, when in coalition, did not consider the impact of their cuts and decisions on the poorest and the most in need. The reserves position has been considered by scrutiny and support given to our approach to make an annual contribution to reserves moving forward with a view to achieving a £55.25 million general reserve by 2031. We are making further savings by modernising the council. This includes reducing the number of council buildings, and we continue to pursue an approach towards a smaller but better quality estate where we keep and maintain buildings that are needed for service delivery and best meet the needs of local residents. So far, over 120 buildings have been released, and this has generated over £28 million in capital receipts and more than £9 million in cost savings. And we are working in some cases with other organisations to make the best use of buildings, assets and other resources collectively to help make the biggest difference to improving services for residents. On staffing, this budget includes only a small change to staff numbers, reflecting our administration's constructive and positive engagement with trade unions to avoid, mitigate and reduce the need for compulsory redundancies. The Council now has 3,623 fewer staff than it did in 2010-11, and a review of senior staffing levels is ongoing. We are continuing our cross-council approach to prevention and reducing demands for services in areas such as social care and social housing. We are investing in technology to help make further savings and service improvements. This budget provides additional funding to support using technology to modernise our finance, procurement, HR and payroll activities. This frees up resources in the back office so we can give a greater priority to frontline services. New AI tools have been introduced, such as Microsoft Copilot, to make everyday tasks faster and more efficient. It means that things like bills, payments and everyday requests can be handled more quickly and more accurately. AI-powered systems are also helping us understand traffic flows, manage parking and lighting, and monitor things like air quality, flooding and river levels in real time. And in health and social care, we're working with the NHS to trial AI digital monitoring tools that support people with long-term conditions and help them live safely and independently at home. The next thing we are improving is bins and keeping our streets clean. This budget includes £8 million for additional funding for waste services, more money to help tackle littering and fly tipping. Austerity took that money away, but we are making services better. We have introduced glass recycling into green bins, and we have reduced the amount sent to landfill down from 26% to 0.2% in a decade. We have kept garden waste collections free, and members will be interested to note that just over the border in North Yorkshire, where local government services are run by the Conservative Party, they have increased this year their garden waste charge to residents to £52 for the next financial year. Under this Labour budget in Leeds, I'm pleased to confirm it remains free. We are making brown garden bin collections better and to run all year round so they can collect food waste too. This will be trialled in the North East area of the council and, if successful, rolled out to all households in the city that have a brown bin. We'll also look about how we can get this service out to more households that don't have brown bins as well. We're also aware of rumours of a fourth bin for households, but it's absolutely clear today that we are going to work with a three-bin approach in Leeds to keep things as simple as possible for residents. We're already ahead of schedule in meeting national recycling requirements. For example, we can already recycle plastic film well ahead of the 2027 deadline for that. We provide the second largest curbside collection and service of any council in the UK, emptying over 500,000 bins from 367,000 households. Taking into account the free garden waste collection, we have the largest refuse collection service in the country. And it not only is it the largest, but last year we received national recognition, last year with the Keep Britain Tidy awarding us Green Council of the Year. So we are in a positive position with household waste, but there's other areas we need to make better that suffered under the Conservative government austerity. Street cleanliness is one, and we are investing £250,000 in 1,000 new public litter bins for Leeds, and we're working with ward councillors and everybody in this council chamber on where the best places those are. This will help prevent littering, and it's a better service for residents, and it is a commitment to cleaner streets. We also include in this budget £200,000 investment in the renewal of the Leeds Watch CCTV cameras. This is vital to help tackle crime and antisocial behaviour. Pride in our streets isn't just about littering, it's about safer streets and policing in Leeds, and West Yorkshire Police, like everybody else in the public service, having to recover from 14 years of Tory cuts and underfunding. Between 2010 and 2017, police expenditure fell by 16.2% and remained below 2010 levels as recently as 2023. In that period, the Conservatives cut over 20,000 police officers from the service. The good news is now that West Yorkshire Police have now received £8.5 million additional funding to recruit 100 new police officers. And these are police officers with full powers of arrest, can work across all shifts and will strengthen frontline policing in Leeds. PCSOs remain an extremely important part of the West Yorkshire Police model. We have a significantly higher number of PCSOs than other forces, and the figures from year before last, show that Greater Manchester had 354 PCSOs, West Midlands 297, and we have 413, more than anybody else. And I know anybody that talks to Deputy Mayor for Policing, Alison Lowe, knows Alison's commitment to neighbourhood policing, and working together with Alison and Mayor Tracy Braben, it's something we will continue. And we've seen the proof of that in West Yorkshire. The most recent figures show that neighbourhood crime dropped by 33% compared to the national baseline. Turning to other services, we know that some residents can face frustrating delays when they try and phone the council, and this is something we acknowledge and are working to improve. The council receives over 270,000 contacts per month, so it's right that we offer a modern, efficient service that meets the standards that residents expect as people see technology changing. And one of the ways we are doing that we set out an exec board report last summer about how people can get in touch with the council. We'll offer more online self-service options, which will reduce waiting times overall and make it easier for residents to get the support they need when they need it and as easy as possible. And in a world when everybody's got a smartphone in their hand, I'm looking around this council chamber to see clear evidence of that. We did a customer survey last year and found that 84% of residents will check online before contacting the council first. So self-service is the right thing to do for lots of people. But face-to-face contact is still really important, and we are keeping our customer hubs open for people who want to do that. Our community hubs get on average 63,000 people coming through the doors every month. That's 21,000 people for queries and 41,000 people for the library services, which is adds together to over 276,000 inquiries per month through the door, online and on the phone. So self-service is an important part about improving that and not changing that, but we will still keep in-person and telephone access available for people who prefer to contact us that way. These are the sort of improvements to frontline services we can do now, but under austerity we struggle to afford. With £12 million going into this area over the next few years, things should now get better. The impact of austerity on poverty and the cost of living is taking time for us to turn around, Council. Many people still feel the effects of the crises, and one of our key priorities is to support people that need it most. One of the most important frontline services we provide in winter is working with voluntary community and social enterprise organisations on our Welcome Spaces network. These run between December and March and include libraries, community centres, community hubs and other places that offer a warm, friendly and safe space, as well as assisting those who need further help. Some venues offer things like digital access, games, arts and craft reading, dining and social clubs, and all of them offer a hot drink, a warm welcome and support where needed. Last year, our Welcome Spaces reported over 65,000 visits and 3,886 sessions delivered. outcomes that mean that people were better supported, and we will continue this in the year ahead. And I'd like to thank everybody, both council staff and volunteers, who supported this happening. The last government drove up poverty in this city, there's no doubt about that. They cut welfare and vital services and caused a cost of living crisis, all of which pushed more people into poverty. Liz Truss's unfunded tax cuts caused economic chaos, and inflation peaked at 11.1% in October 2022, and inflation on food items peaked at 19.1% in March 2023. Child poverty in particular increased under the Conservatives, and it increased by about 900,000 to 4.5 million people. And in Leeds, 29% of children, that's about 45,000, are growing up in poverty. And I know it's statistics like this that seem stark on the page, but drive many of us into what we do every day as councillors. The reality is that this is children missing meals, sleeping in cold bedrooms, or having too small or worn out clothes, and not being able to meet the cost of school essentials. When you think about poverty, often people imagine it affects those people out of work completely. In reality, because of the cost of living crisis, it affects working families. And now almost 3/4 of children in poverty in Leeds come from families where somebody works. But now things are getting better. Since July 2024, the national living wage has gone up, and we've seen the first ever above inflation rise to the basic rate of universal credit. In December, the National Child Poverty Strategy was launched, and practical measures have been introduced that will make a real difference to families. I'm sure the mumblings I can hear over here are only words of support. Expanding eligibility for free school meals to every family on universal credit will put £500 back into parents' pockets per child. And thousands of children living in Leeds in poverty were unable to access free school meals until this came in. And this change will start in the 2026 school year. We have 8 schools in Leeds that are part of the first wave of school breakfast clubs, and more will join from April. This will make a huge difference to families and children getting a nutritious meal during the school day, and also we know it leads to higher attainment, improved behaviour and better outcomes in the classroom. The largest expansion of free childcare ever for working parents was implemented last September, and it means more parents can take up work. Up to 30 hours of free childcare from 9 months old until they start school, and nearly a third of parents say this support will enable them to increase their working hours to earn more money for themselves and the economy. Taken together, the expansion of breakfast clubs and funded childcare will save eligible working parents in Leeds around £7,500 in a year. But I'm now going to turn to the change that will make the biggest difference to child poverty, which is the removal of the 2-child limit from universal credit from April. This change will lift 450,000 children nationally out of poverty and will benefit thousands of children in Leeds. This includes children in families who are in work, with over 34,000 Leeds residents currently in work and claiming universal credit. Most families affected by the 2-child limit are in work, and this is the most cost-effective way to drive down child poverty rates and ensure children in poverty get a hot meal and a warm bedroom. And isn't it a shame that we're still talking about these basics in the year 2026? But sadly, earlier this year we saw Reform UK Limited join together with the Conservatives and pledge to reinstate the 2-child limit. We are working in Leeds as well with the government to introduce Best Start family hubs, and we have launched 7 new hubs last year at Dewsbury Road, Rothwell, Armley, Horsforth, Deacon House, Compton Centre and Chapel Town. And last October we were announced as one of the 65 councils to be allocated a government grant to develop this further. The hubs host key support organisations under one roof, which simplifies the process for families to reach out for early help on a range of issues. And after reviewing the Children's Centre, we now have more senior family support workers supporting families across the city. Poverty still affects too many people's lives in our city. Tackling poverty and inequality has been a strategic priority for this council for many years now. The challenges remain stubborn, but there are signs of progress. Many areas in Leeds have improved their national ranking in the latest Index of Multiple Deprivation from 2025. We have focused a lot of work in priority neighbourhoods over the last decades. These are areas falling within the bottom 1% of the rankings nationally. In 2015, Leeds had 16 areas in this group. This fell to 12 by 2019 and has now fallen down to just 7. This is down to decisions made by this Labour group to prioritise tackling poverty in the face of Conservative-driven austerity. We stuck to our principles and we made a difference for people in the city's poorest neighbourhoods. A key sustained intervention against poverty by the Council is our commitment to support the lower paid staff. In 2015, we adopted the Low Pay Charter, and I'm pleased to confirm today, as part of our budget from April the 1st, the Council will pay the increased real living wage rate of £13.45 an hour. But we've done more than that. By setting an example, by moving our pay to the real living wage, we have also encouraged other organisations and other big employers and other workplaces in the city to adopt the real living wage. Our anchor organisations, which are the 14 largest organisations and public sector providers in the city and employ over 62,000 people, are now paying 93% of their staff the real living wage. They also collectively hold budgets over £2.5 billion and are committed to supporting the local supply chain, and this is about the influence we can have as a city on the amount that people earn and the amount that people take home at the end of the working week. This is so important. This is so important to tackling poverty, and it's an example we've set here as well. Further support is coming for workers with the Employment Rights Act, with the biggest expansion of workers' rights in a generation. This strengthens protections for workers around fire and rehire, unfair dismissal, sick pay and 0 hours contracts, as well as supporting new families by enhancing paternity rights and protections against dismissal for pregnant women and mothers on maternity leave. It also modernises trade union legislation and repeals the anti-worker trade union laws passed under the previous government. More help for workers with the cost of living was announced in November's budget. This included the first freeze on rail fares for 30 years, which benefits thousands of people who commute directly into Leeds on the train. And in case people have forgotten this, under the Conservatives, train fares rocketed by 60% between 2010 and 2024. There's also help for pensioners with the cost of living by maximising the take-up of pension credit and aligning pension credit with household benefit. This makes sure pensioners are receiving all the financial support they are entitled to. This council has led work to increase uptake through the Leeds Pension Credit Working Group, which has resulted in over £1 million of additional income for pensioners in the city, simply claiming what they are entitled to. One award last year was for as much as £406.63 per week, so this work has made a big difference to many households. And it's even better news for all these residents as energy bills are being cut by an average of £150 from April. More cost of living support for Leeds residents. We know under the Conservatives bills went up by 36% between 2010 and 2021. And this is on top of the Warm Homes discount, which cuts a further £150 off bills for low-income households. Last year, to help tackle fuel poverty, eligibility was extended so that anybody receiving means-tested benefits qualifies. This reversed a decision by the Conservatives to restrict eligibility and is about giving people that simple dignity of living in a warm home. We are leading the way on this, and to talk about some of the things our budget today covers in Leeds, we are extending the Leeds Pipes district heating network, with Phase 5 extending across the South Bank. More than 4,000 homes and over 70 buildings in Leeds have already joined the network and receive more affordable, lower carbon heating. We are improving energy efficiency in council homes and are halfway through a programme to invest £100 million in this, with more than £60 million worth of upgrades so far completed, bringing cheaper energy bills to thousands of Leeds residents. And last year we began work on upgrades to 100 back-to-back homes in the Cedars area of Armley. We also upgraded heating systems to low carbon alternatives in 75 public buildings so far, and we now have the largest zero-emission fleet of any local authority in the country, with vans that are up to 40% cheaper to run than petrol vans. This budget today includes funding for electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and 71 new charge points will be installed across several council-owned car parks and public accessibility sites. This is all part of our ambition to reduce our carbon emissions towards net zero. But most importantly, this work helps bring down energy costs for Leeds residents now, and it helps reduce the cost of running the council now. We are also aiming to become the UK's first nature positive city. We are doing this through our Woodland Creation Scheme and the Leeds Habitat Company, which improves public green spaces. The early stages of this will be focused on Rothwell Country Park, Skelton Lake, Killingbeck Fields and Otley Shevin. We're also continuing to improve our resilience to extreme weather. This budget notes the completion of the £200 million Leeds flood alleviation scheme, phase 2, and it's worth reflecting, good job I only have water in the glass, I was having to say things like that. It's worth reflecting as well that last Boxing Day marked 100 years from the Storm Eva floods, which directly impacted thousands of people and hundreds of businesses. This caused misery as property and livelihoods were affected. Today, similar flood levels on these properties will be protected by our flood defence scheme, and it is down to the work of this council that the scheme happened. We've also got a programme of smaller flood defence schemes around the city, and more schemes are planned at Meanwood, Thorner, Millshaw and Wortley Beck. 10 years on from Storm Eva, thanks to this administration, flood resilience in Leeds has never been stronger, and as we see the climate changing in front of us, it's never been more necessary. Council, 64% of our revenue budget next year will be spent on adults, health and children and families. We want to help people of every age in Leeds to live better lives and prevent people needing council and health services by getting in early with help and support. There is a cross-council change programme focused on prevention that seeks to reduce demand, have better outcomes for people that need our services and to ease cost pressures. We have talked many times about national demographic pressures, and this budget allocates an additional £54 million towards these services this year. The number of children looked after continues to increase in line with national trends, and this budget provides £17.9 million towards this. Since 2020, national spending on children's residential care has doubled to over £3 billion, and it now costs an average of £300,000 a year for an external placement. These placements are not good for the children, as they're often miles away from their local areas, and the system is broken and unsustainable and needs reforming. We welcome the national review into the finance of private providers and the potential to implement a profit cap if profiteering is found. In Leeds, we've already started to try and reform the system, and we've taken a really deliberate but ambitious approach to run our own children's homes in-house so that more children stay in Leeds, close to their families, schools and communities, and in services that are not making massive profits for somebody else. We have made progress, including 60 new beds in small group living homes, 9 new beds for children with complex needs, and a further 8 beds coming online as we refurbish 4 of our properties. By the end of this, we will have added 37 new children's homes beds. This is a substantial increase in our internal capacity and is a real change to our ability to meet demand. This expansion means more children can be cared for in Leeds and in homes that reflect our standards and our values. A key part of this wider work is a new accommodation at the former Kirkstall Brewery site, which provides safe, stable housing for care leavers who are taking their next steps towards independence. To maintain that approach of ensuring children can stay in Leeds, this budget includes more investment in local children's homes, early help, family-based solutions and fostering. We've welcomed the announcement earlier this month of a national drive to create 10,000 more foster care places, and we know for our own work this will make a big difference. We also know for our own work as well that it is a huge piece of work just to maintain the number of foster places we have. And finally, I'd just like to record what a great job foster carers do and thank everybody who does that. This budget includes the benefits of investing in prevention to reduce demand in adult social care. Our Home First transformation programme is a good example of working differently to do this. It has improved life for Leeds residents by avoiding unnecessary hospital admissions, reducing discharge delays and improving people's lives when they've been discharged from hospital. And it has also resulted in an extra £20.6 million a year for us in the NHS. In 2023, Leeds became a Marmot City, and it was a crucial milestone in our commitment to improving the health of the poorest the fastest. Under this, we will address health inequalities in everything we do, and we have integrated it into all our city policies. All parts of the council understand and engage in public health and place a firm focus on investing in prevention to help tackle health disparities. We work with organisations outside the council to bring in a further integration in services. A key part of this is joining up Housing with Health to ensure that patients don't stay in hospital longer than they need to and to hopefully avoid hospital admissions in the first place. An example of this is a children's respiratory and housing pathway. It is a joint council and NHS scheme to tackle childhood asthma and respiratory issues by improving home environments. It sees the NHS directly refer families to Leeds Housing if they suspect poor living conditions affect the children's health, and triggers actions by housing to improve the conditions. This is a low-cost preventative scheme that hopefully avoids more expensive treatments in the future. We have also seen the work of Marmot to improve the health of the poorest fascists, and we have seen good outcomes for respiratory cancer, alcoholic liver disease and mortality rates all improved in some of our poorest neighbourhoods. I'm going to turn to schools now, and our capital programme sets out how 5 Leeds schools have been accepted into the government school rebuilding programme. The 5 Leeds schools are Wetherby High Schools, East Special Inclusion Learning Centre, the John Jameson site, Brigshaw Academy, Ulton Academy, St Mary Menston's Catholic High School. Investment in these buildings was all cut by David Cameron and Nick Clegg's government in 2010, and having waited 14 years, it has now been finally reinstated. We're also seeing more investment in youth services, and the council has been selected one of the 8 early adopter local authorities to develop a youth future hubs. These bring together services to improve access and opportunities and support for young people who face challenges such as poverty, discrimination and a lack of social and educational support. We have worked with partners and young people to co-design an implementation plan. This includes a hub in West Leeds based with Barker alongside support from other organisations in the city. The hub will be for those aged 10 to 18, and the young people will help design the services. It will offer art, sports, volunteering, skills-based projects and help develop confidence and a sense of belonging in community. In addition, will improve youth work, including development of the workforce, youth voice, some partnership development and more digital services, again with young people helping us design them. We're awaiting a further funding decision from DCMS, which will hopefully be in the next couple of weeks and will lead to the further development here. We all know in this council chamber that youth services play such a vital part in preventing young people getting involved in crime and antisocial behaviour. Part of this is a turnaround youth justice project that offers support to children with the aim of preventing future offending. It's nationally funded and started in 2024 on a short-term basis. And the good news is this project has just received a 3-year funding settlement. Investment in youth services remains a huge priority for us in the Labour group. In the last year, the service has developed over 4,000 sessions of youth work, covering areas such as emotional well-being, crime, healthy eating, healthy choices, relationships, substance misuse, peer pressure and risk-taking behaviours. These sessions are happening in centres, in the mobile youth van and out in the streets in our community. The service also works in the city centre, engaging with young people, and since the city centre programme has started, it's worked with 450 young people, many who've received good conversations about remaining safe and taking good choices. This budget includes further investment in the city's sports and leisure facilities. Council sports centres currently welcome over 4 million visits each year, and they serve everybody in the city, a good range of ages, and support health, fitness and community activities. In December 2024, Executive Board approved our vision for wellbeing centres, and since then investment has been put into improvements, including work supported by organisations such as the Football Foundation, Sport England and the Yorkshire Cricket Foundation. Recently, gyms have been refurbished at John Smeaton, Holt Park and Airborough. There's a new immersive studio and squash court at Airborough, and there's been upgraded changing facilities at Kirkstall. We're also working on a new outdoor cricket net facility at the John Charles Centre for Support, something I think after our Ashes performance this country needs. This investment has had a positive impact on membership numbers, and we brought in £1 million in additional income in the past year alone. Our membership figures are now 30% higher than before COVID, and the target for the coming year is a further 3,000 members, heading towards 35,000 members today. This budget report also includes investment in the John Charles Centre for Sport on pitch improvements and the conversion of tennis courts to paddle courts, and that will bring in extra income over the year ahead. The capital programme also includes the new Holbeck Sports Hub on the Matthew Murray site, which will see the construction of a community sports hub with GP surgery, 3 artificial grass pitches and 2 multi-use games courts. The scheme is currently being designed and it's got an anticipated cost of around £15 million with the Football Foundation putting in £8 million of that, and so a real significant investment in one of the poorest parts of Leeds. Last July we approved funding of a total of 24 million for new sports hubs at Woodall in Calverley and Green Park in Temple Newsome, again with money coming forward from the Football Foundation. Something that's close to my heart is construction. It's expected to start this year on the Fernville Wellbeing Centre. That's where, when the current centre was new, which shows how old it was, that's where I learnt to swim. I won't ask for a show of hands in the council how many other people here learnt to swim at Fernville, but I know it's close to a lot of people's hearts, and it is really positive that we are bringing forward this investment in modern sports facilities in East Leeds and able to replace the old centre, and hopefully it's a model for how we can do that. And again, it's another facility. We applied to the Conservatives for funding, they failed to provide it, so we are coming forward with that. We are also investing in children's play areas across the city. Last year, the capital programme saw £600,000 spent on improving 20 playgrounds citywide. This year, and then as part of today's budget, a further £1.5 million will be allocated to making play areas better across Leeds parks. I can see the Conservatives are getting excited about that. I think they probably just want to go on the swings. It'll make them. It will make them. It will make them feel better. At Lotherton Hall, over recent years, we've developed improvements at Wildlife World, and a new adventure playground is due to open in September. At Temple Newsome last summer, the new play barn was opened, along with a cafe and a gift shop, and visitor numbers have doubled compared to the same period. And this spring, and I know this is something, again, Councillor Cooper is very proud of, we'll see the opening of the new road safety park as a safe place for children to learn to ride bikes. Funding has been allocated to extend the tea rooms at Golden Acre Park and to transform the bungalow at the park to make it suitable for hosting events. Subject to planning, this will also increase visitor numbers and income, as we've seen in our other parks. We will see as well, turning to another area that's close to my heart, and you know, there's many of us in South Leeds who will represent areas served only by Arriva buses, and the Arriva buses were ranked by Passenger Focus as the worst bus company in the country, and anybody who's tried to travel on Arriva buses will understand that experience, which is why many of us were surprised when the Conservatives at the Combined Authority decided the way buses are run in West Yorkshire at the moment is good enough. But I'm pleased to say we do not accept that, and we are making it better. The first franchise bus services in West Yorkshire will start running in April 2027. We've heard many times about the damage that private companies have made to bus services in the city, with lots of short-sighted decisions where they have cut services and reduced frequencies. There are years and years of decline to reverse, and this is something that bus franchising will improve. Earlier this month, the now publicly owned Northern Rail announced a new Yorkshire Flyer service, with one more fast train making the journey between Leeds and Sheffield city centres in under an hour, and that's more than 30,000 extra seats each year from anybody in South Yorkshire who wants to come and watch Premier League football. The Transpennine upgrade is well underway, and we have seen the government put in place a clear timetable and delivery for Northern Powerhouse Rail. Last month, the government confirmed a long-term commitment for the first time to a proper funded and costed strategy for improving railways in this part of the country, and a confirmed £45 billion of funding. For far too long, the North was overlooked, but this commitment is a sign that things are changing. This comes with the Northern Growth Strategy, which outlines how this will happen and includes 2 very important and specific commitments to Leeds that link to our capital programme, which is part of the budget today. First of all, the strategy confirms the government's commitment to further improvements, including onward travel for when people arrive at Leeds Station, something that anybody who comes through Leeds Station today can see that the Conservatives clearly forgot about in their 14 years in government. The second major commitment is to our tram, where the government confirmed its continuing funding for the scheme where the government committed to its continued funding to the scheme, and I think there's some people over there that need reminding just how little was spent on transport in this city under the 14 years of Conservative government. And I don't need any lectures on how to deliver major transport projects from the party that failed to deliver HS2 and spent hundreds of millions of pounds on a scheme that was never on a scheme that will never deliver any benefits to residents in Leeds. That was their flagship project, and look what it gave us. But the good news is for Leeds, and I'm going to turn on to the council as well, we have a real track record in delivering big infrastructure projects, such as the East Leeds Orbital Road and the flood alleviation scheme I touched on earlier. When we say we will do something, we will get on and deliver it. Council, the budget today is heavily influenced by the wider economic context. The Conservative government left the economy in a mess, but things are now stabilising, with inflation coming down and interest rates coming down. I think, you know, I've read a table of figures out earlier. Maybe I'll read out where inflation started at 11.1% under the last Conservative government, and where it is heading today. Despite what we sometimes hear, there are positive signs on the high street, as the number of empty units on the high street areas in the city has dropped as a high of over 20% last year, now to 12% at the end of this year. Leeds has a diverse and resilient £36 billion economy. It is growing faster than other UK cities and is forecast to continue to outperform the UK for the rest of the decade. We know that productivity is a big challenge, and if productivity in Leeds was levelled up to the national average, it would add £3 billion a year to the UK economy. We are making good progress, and research published last October showed that we have some of the best productivity growth of any UK city. Finance and professional services makes up almost 40% of our economy. Our ambition is to double the growth in financial and professional services in the next decade, creating over 50,000 new jobs. We have a thriving digital sector which is growing and attracting new digital businesses, and we are home to 3,000 digital and data businesses. And the sector generated 12,000 additional jobs between 2015 and 22. We launched a Leeds Economic Vision in October, and our plan is to grow the city economy by £20 billion with the potential to generate 100,000 new jobs. Business confidence in the service sector is on the rise, and high-growth sectors including health, finance and professional services, digital and technology are attracting investment in creating high-paying jobs. These are very significant things that are happening in our city. It includes the work on the old medical school as an innovation hub. As part of our strength in digital tech and data that's grown over time, we're working on the AI opportunity zone, including Microsoft's £100 million investment in the site at Skelton Grange. And work is also underway to develop the Northern Square Mile. We're already home to a good set of financial institutions, including the Bank of England, Financial Conduct Authority and the National Wealth Fund, and also confirmed that the National Housing Bank will be headquartered in Leeds. Inclusive growth is an important part of what we want to take out of this. It is not only about jobs, it is about improvements to education, training and creating investment in infrastructure and housing. It's vital that growth like this we've talked about reaches and brings opportunity to all communities in Leeds. We know we have an issue with economic activity among young people and people with mental health problems and over 50s with long-term conditions. Our Ofsted-rated Outstanding Employment and Skills team is working closely with the DWP and the Combined Authority to help people in these areas get into jobs in Leeds. Our future talent plan is a firm part of our ambitions and is part of this work. It brings together education and employers and has brought forward initiatives such as the Digital Careers Fairs and the largest apprenticeship recruitment fair in the north of England. We've also brought together our Send recruitment fair as well. It supports Leeds residents who are economically inactive back into workplace and helps people earn more for themselves and their families, and it is an important part of it. We need growth in this city, but we also need absolutely everybody to be part of that, and it is central to what we do. The Leeds City Fund was also announced in the November budget as a 25-year business rates retention zone where the council will retain 100% of business rates growth above the agreed baseline, We are now working to finalise a business case and to ensure this progress, and it will ultimately mean we have more funding to invest further in transport and to bring forward sites for housing and commercial development and to improve public spaces across the city. We are moving forward with the Leeds Transformational Regeneration Visit. This is a 10-year initiative bringing together public sector partners at a local, regional and national level with the private sector to deliver major regeneration projects. And it includes the £160 million expansion of the Royal Armouries Museum, a new home for British Library North and the National Poetry Centre, the Ellen Road Stadium expansion, which recently had the planning permission approved and has a comprehensive regeneration plan for the wider area, and mixed-use development of Ayr Park, which is the UK's largest new city centre park and is supported by over £40 million of infrastructure. In September, the Leeds South Bank was selected as one of 12 locations nationally for a new town development to boost economic growth and the supply of new homes on sites already allocated by housing. This is a show of confidence in our ability to deliver in Leeds, our ambition, and the fact that we can show both in terms of the overall number of houses built in Leeds, but also our council house building programme and the increase in number of social housing, that we have a really rounded approach to address the housing crisis that was left to fester for many years under the Conservatives. The new town will build on our record, and we will see some of the largest house building in the city taking place there. I've talked about the housing crisis being a damaging legacy of the Conservative government, and it created huge pressure on social housing in Leeds, with 28,000 applicants on the housing register and more than 12,000 applicants actively seeking more suitable accommodation. We will build on our successful council house growth programme. The current programme has delivered 2,900 new affordable homes over the last 5 years. This is a higher number than any other core city, and we are proud that 1,600 of these homes are for social rent. And I'm pleased to say today this budget includes a further £200 million to deliver the next phase of the Council House Growth Programme. And discussions are underway with Homes England to secure even more government funding so we can continue to provide social and affordable houses in this city. We are also improving existing homes. Last month, the third phase of work to renew housing in Holbeck got underway. Similar to programmes already delivered in Armley, Little London and Seacroft, at least 180 Holbeck homes will receive improvements such as new roofs, windows, doors and new insulation. Earlier phases delivered improvements to around 300 homes. This latest scheme will use money we've received from the local regeneration fund and is part of the first Heart of Holbeck scheme, which includes the St Matthew's Community Centre, the old box office, community activities. It includes Holbeck Together, the fantastic organisation. I know councillors Scopes, Ali and Maloney work really closely with them, and it underlines our commitment to mean that regeneration and housing growth in Leeds is about bringing new homes to Leeds, but it's also about tackling poverty and inequality. It's also about regeneration. It's also about bringing benefits to everybody, and it's also about making sure investment goes in to some of the most deprived parts of Leeds. Over the last year, we've seen more action to help with private renters. The Renters Reform Act will come into force from the 1st of May and will bring significant benefits to the many thousands of Leeds residents that live in private rented homes. And another recent announcement that will help leaseholders in Leeds is a cap on ground rent, which will cap rents at £250 a year before charging a peppercorn cap after 40 years. This could save Leeds households affected by leasehold hundreds of pounds a year. The council's work as a landlord compares well to other local authorities. Recently, our tenant satisfaction measure increased from 66 to 70% for overall satisfaction. We know there's more to do, but we are pleased to see it rising. And we're also seeing higher satisfaction with the repairs service and with tenants reporting their homes as being safer and making a positive contribution to neighbourhoods. We've recently been inspected by the regulator of social housing. We're waiting for the outcome of that, and we look forward to seeing what they say and working towards making even further improvements. Council, on the 13th of July, it will be 400 years since Leeds received its first Royal Charter from King Charles I. Events are taking place throughout the year, and this is a moment to reflect on how the city has developed into a vibrant, culturally rich and diverse city. The city has been through some tough times since the Charter was first signed. Huge historical challenges such as the plague, the English Civil War, 2 world wars, deindustrialisation under Thatcher, and in modern times we faced challenges together such as austerity and the COVID pandemic. But we are coming out of that and things are getting better. We are now in a more stable position as a council, and that allows us to start to reverse the damaging austerity inflicted on us by the Conservatives and Lib Dems and causing damage to our community. Throughout the years, austerity was imposed on the council and this city. This Labour group stuck to our principles and fought to tackle poverty and inequality. We went from 16 to 7 neighbourhoods listed as the poorest in the country. We paid a living wage to our workers and got it into more workplaces. We got more money into the pockets of pensioners. And this work will continue. We're seeing 7 more Best Start family hubs and 27 more senior family support workers. We're seeing £200 million for the next generation of council housing. We're seeing investment into publicly owned and publicly run sports centres, parks and community facilities. And we are seeing extra money going into support and care services. And we started off talking in the first part of the meeting about the impact the West Indian Carnival has had on Leeds. And absolutely proud as a council, we continue to celebrate diverse communities in Leeds. We're investing in the West Indian Carnival in pride and the ability for us to come together and celebrate our communities in Leeds. We really have stuck to our principles. When times have been hard, we've celebrated what's best about Leeds and we're looking forward. But now we have funding to start putting pride back into our communities. We have £30 million to fix potholes. We have £8 million extra into waste services. We'll have 1,000 new litter bins across the city. We'll have a new waste crime team with more fines and prosecutions for fly tipping and littering. We'll have a 40% increase in bulky waste collections. We're rolling out free garden waste collections to thousands and more homes in the new food waste trial. We have the Pride in Place funding coming forwards. And we will have more resources to take tough enforcement and to provide the services to clean up our communities. And I'm pleased to say we will also have a dedicated Pride in the Streets team, which will be officers coming together from across the council to tackle hotspots and grot spots most blighted by fly tipping, littering, graffiti, potholes, overgrown vegetation and antisocial behaviour. These will spend a highly focused deployment of around 1 to 2 weeks of every ward in the city, and this will be a team that will work with councillors, community committees and local volunteers to make a real difference to clean up the areas in our city that have been neglected for far too long under Conservative austerity. All this together will help fix the foundations in communities that were damaged by austerity. This will help turn areas back into cleaner, better kept spaces that residents can take pride in. We'll also work for a wealthier, fairer, more compassionate city as well. Our diverse communities is something we are really proud of. The fact that we can work to, we have worked to tackle poverty against the fiercest forces of austerity are something we should be proud of. But we've got a bright future to look at in a fairer, cleaner Leeds. I've put this budget to fund all this activity. I'm proud of what's in this budget and I move it, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cooper.
Lord Mayor, it'll come as no surprise I second and reserve the right to speak, which I will be taking up.
Thank you. Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Good afternoon, members. If you only looked at the city centre skyline, you might think you'd seen the whole of Leeds. Glass catching the winter light along the south bank, cranes turning slowly against the skyline, steel and concrete rising where warehouses once stood. It looks modern, it looks confident, it looks like a city on the move. And that story matters. But it is not the whole story. Because Leeds did not begin with glass and cranes. It began with water, with the River Aire turning wheels and driving looms, with wool carried down from the dales and cloth sent out across the world, with steam rising above red brick mills in Armley and Hunslet, with iron and engineering that helped build the railways that stitched Britain together. The Industrial Revolution did not pass us by. It reshaped us. And as Leeds grew, it did not erase what came before. It gathered places together. Morley, its town hall clock tower rising above a former borough built on cloth, industry, and a stubborn independence that never quite faded. Wetherby, a market town, older than the factories, shaped by trade and the crossing of the wharf. Otley, beneath the Chevin, its market charter still echoing on market day. Rothwell, an ancient parish long before metropolitan government was imagined. Garforth and Kippax, coalfield communities where the pithead defined both livelihood and identity. Pudsey, textile industry and fierce independence between two cities. Guiseley and Yeadon, mill towns on the moorland edge, the tarn reflecting both sky and smoke. Middleton and Seacroft, post-war estates built in a different revolution, when the promise was decent housing and dignity for working families. And then the industries that powered it all. Armley's mills, Hunslet's engineering works, Crossgates, shaped by the railway that connected it to opportunity. Headingley's sporting amphitheatre, Chapel Allerton's Victorian suburbia, Horsforth's old village heart, Adol's Norman church, standing long before the word council ever existed. This city was not drawn in one stroke. It was assembled, town by town, trade by trade, generation by generation. Leeds is not one uniform settlement. It is layered, it is local, it is proud. And the trouble is this: Leeds City Council too often governs as if they are all the same. A one-size-fits-all approach, driven from the centre, simply does not work here. Today, I want to set out an alternative path. Not just a tweak here, not just an amendment there, but a different approach, a different mindset, one that trusts communities, one that empowers local members, one that understands that ambition in Wetherby is not the same as ambition in Morley, and it shouldn't be. Because we don't just need a Leeds ambition, we need a Wetherby ambition, a Morley ambition, a Guiseley ambition, a Pudsey ambition, shaped and delivered by local councillors, parish councils, community groups, and the people who know those places best. Instead, what we have is an organisation that's lost its way. It's forgotten what it's for, and it's forgotten who it's for. This council does not exist to serve the organisation. It exists to serve those many and varied communities. But somewhere along the way, it's become too big, too bossy, too bureaucratic. And when that happens, you start to see it not just in grand strategies, but in the everyday decisions that affect people's lives. And nowhere is that clearer than in parking charges. They think it's funny, Lord Mayor. Residents in Garforth, Horsforth, Guiseley, Rothwell, Wetherby, Otley, not retail parks, not anonymous spaces off a dual carriageway, high streets with history, market towns with character, independent businesses whose names you actually know. Many of these centres were laid out centuries before the motor car. Narrow streets, tight corners, limited space. They were never designed to absorb displaced parking. Residents told you charging to park would hurt them. You consulted, they answered, you ignored them. And here is the basic truth. Taxes change behaviour. Imagine Wetherby on market day. A year ago, the car parks were full by mid-morning. People lingered, browsed the stalls, met a friend for coffee, stayed for lunch. Now, half full at peak time. And those who do come, they rush. They use their so-called free hour, but they still have to get a ticket. They queue, They fumble with machines that don't take cash. They hesitate over apps they don't trust. They glance at the clock, and instead of wandering into a second shop, they go straight back to the car. That is how you drain life from a high street. Not with a bang, with a slow, steady bleed. Parking spills onto residential streets, roads that were never built for it, near misses at tight junctions, residents unable to park near their own homes. Volunteers now have to pay to volunteer. Minimum wage workers lose hundreds of pounds a year just to get to work. Small businesses feel the difference in their tills, and people ask, was this really necessary? Our amendment is clear. A Conservative-led council would scrap these district centre parking charges. We would return free parking in our parks at Roundhay Park, Temple Newsam, Otley Chevin and Golden Acre Park, because parks should invite families in, not meter them at the gate. This policy was not a financial necessity. It was a political choice, and it typifies a council that does not listen and does not understand the unique character of the communities it governs. So let me say this directly to Labour councillors in Guiseley and Horsforth. You know the damage these charges are doing in your town centres. You hear it on the doorstep. You see it in the shops. You know it in your communities. You have a choice today. Vote with your party or vote with your community. Community first or party first, because that is what this comes down to. Lord Mayor, after parking, the next two issues dominating my inbox are simple. Bins and potholes. The basics. Imagine the drive from Wetherby into Leeds along the A58. Many of you know the stretch. You shift across the carriageway to avoid the worst of it. What looks like a puddle turns out to be a hole filled with rain. You drive into it and feel that sickening thud as the car drops and the suspension takes the hit. That is not the standard residents expect from a major route into one of the country's largest cities. This council has a roads maintenance backlog approaching £300 million, nearly 20 years behind schedule. Rain does not create that backlog. Rain exposes it. And potholes are only the start. Blocked gullies that flood after one downpour, leaves left clogging drains, overgrown trees scraping buses and narrowing pavements, street sweeping mist, graffiti left lingering for weeks, dog fouling that residents feel nobody is tackling. These are not ideological debates. These are everyday quality of life issues. And they are the things many residents assume their council should simply get right. So what's the alternative? A council I lead would invest more consistently in roads maintenance, use more durable repair methods, not temporary patches that just wash away, focus on prevention, not endless reaction. And we would give local councillors greater flexibility to direct spending in their own areas, because the councillor for Garforth knows which estate floods, the councillor for Horsforth knows which junction is dangerous, the councillors in Wetherby know which road hasn't seen proper resurfacing in years. Councillors are the ones who receive the complaints. They should have the power to direct the response. Now let me be clear, Lord Mayor, this is not a criticism of council staff. Leeds has dedicated highways crews, refuse workers and frontline officers who work hard in all weathers. They do the job they are asked to do. If they are not being given modern tools, clear priorities or sufficient resources, that is not their failure. That is political leadership failure. And the same applies across the organisation. On that note, I want to take the opportunity to add my thanks to Victoria Bradshaw and the finance team for their support in preparing our amendments, all of which are fully costed and robust. We don't spend all of the savings we've identified. Our amendments put more money into reserves to ensure this council is ready for the many rainy days we are having at the moment. The finance team have a challenging job. We're lucky to have them. but they operate within the framework set for them, because budgets are political decisions. And this council has developed a pattern. Over £60 million in overspends across adult social care and children's services, year after year, not one-off shocks, repeat behaviour. And that is why residents feel they are paying more and getting less. Let me put it in terms that most families would understand. My grandma used to manage her household budgets with envelopes in a drawer. One for birthdays, one for days out, one for essentials, one for Christmas, one for holidays, one for emergencies. She didn't pretend the envelopes didn't exist. She didn't spend Christmas in July. She didn't dip into the emergency fund before there was an emergency. But that is increasingly what this council's finances look like. The Christmas envelope spent by the summer, the days out envelope gone before half the year is through, and the emergency envelope already being opened before the emergency arrives. That's not bad luck. That is weak financial grip. And when leadership lacks grip, priorities drift. Money often appears for things that residents never asked for. £12 million for the Lawnswood roundabout. Millions spent redesigning the city centre to make it harder, not easier to move around. A year of culture in 2023 that took millions of pounds from the council and loans of which they haven't all been paid back yet. Millions in the budget this year spent on consultants to tell the council how to save money. It's extraordinary. Meanwhile, sickness absence remains stubbornly high, not because staff lack dedication, but because the organisation lacks direction and grip from the top. And while all of that happens, the gullies remain blocked, the bins are missed, the potholes return. That is why people feel they are paying more and getting less. Not because staff are failing, but because political leadership is. And that leadership failure is not confined to this chamber. Watching national politics at the moment feels rather like being trapped in the back seat of a very confused car journey. Sir Keir is driving, Rachel Reeves is in the passenger seat, wrestling heroically with an enormous paper map, the sort you haven't seen since 1998, calmly assuring us we're absolutely heading in the right direction, even as the scenery outside starts to look deeply unfamiliar. The passengers in the back seat, Angela Rayner leaning forward, shouting, "Turn left," West Streeting, no, turn right. And you're sitting there thinking, does anyone actually know where we're going? We set off with confidence. A clear destination, steady hands on the wheel. Don't worry, we were told, the grown-ups are in charge. 5 minutes in, brake lights, no, not that road, indicator on, U-turn. A few junctions later, you're no longer asking, are we nearly there? You're asking, are we completely lost? 18 months on, and we're still circling. The fuel tank is nearly empty. Margaret Thatcher once said, U-turn if you want to, the lady's not for turning. Sir Keir's version appears slightly different. The man can't stop turning. And Rachel, ever prudent, appears to have bought the heavily discounted Bonnie Tyler sat-nav from Home Bargains. But every time Keir turns around, everything falls apart. Winter fuel allowance reversed. Business tax commitments revised. No tax rises for working people, creatively reinterpreted. Welfare reform announced, paused, re-announced, unannounced. Elections cancelled, then uncancelled. We are now somewhere around 15 U-turns, and the 15th came barely 2 hours after the promise there would be no more U-turns. He even U-turned on the promise not to U-turn. It's no laughing matter, because right now this government is making things worse. Because when policy zigzags, businesses hesitate, investment pauses, recruitment freezes. In hospitality alone, 4 businesses a week are closing across the country. That is not abstract. That is chefs laid off, bar staff losing shifts, suppliers not being paid, young people deciding not to start an apprenticeship. Instability is not funny when you're trying to make payroll. And here in Leeds, the rebuild of Leeds General Infirmary is pushed back again. Another delay, another promise parked on the hard shoulder. Cities like ours are told to wait. And before I come on to mass transit, let's have a quick correction about franchising. So, Councillor Lewis said we voted against better buses in Leeds. Simply not true. Simply not true. We have a different view of how to achieve better buses, but of course no one at the Combined Authority is promising better buses. They promised to bring them under public control, which they've done, and they promised to maintain them at their current standards. There is no promise to improve buses in West Yorkshire. We're paying millions of pounds to put Tracy Brabin's name on the back of every bus, but there's no promise to have better services, more reliability and better frequency. Nobody is promising that. They're spending hundreds of millions of pounds of your money with no guarantee of a single extra bus journey on Leeds roads. So yes, Councillor Lewis, I'm not supporting that vision because I think there's a better way to deliver better buses for our communities. And that brings me on to mass transit. Leeds is one of the largest cities in Western Europe without a mass transit system. That is not something to boast about. We need mass transit, not as a vanity tramline, but as a fully integrated transport system. Rail, bus, tram, walking, cycling, working seamlessly together, because opportunity depends on connectivity. Where you can get to shapes where you can work, what you can study, and how our city grows. But ambition without delivery capability is dangerous. Optimism without evidence is irresponsible. That is why an independent peer review was commissioned through NISTA, the National Infrastructure and Service Transformation Authority. Not to undermine the project, not to delay it, but to test whether it's genuinely deliverable. I have read that independent review. I cannot disclose its contents because it has been declared exempt from publication. But I can say this, calmly and clearly. It raises material concerns about governance and delivery certainty. Its findings directly preceded the government's decision to delay the programme. The public presentation is a far cry from this private report. That matters because residents were told publicly with great confidence that spades will be in the ground in 2028. There is a gap between public certainty and private evidence. That gap must be addressed openly. It should not take a freedom of information request to understand how billions of pounds of public money are being managed. If residents are expected to fund a local contribution through levies, precepts or workplace parking charges, then transparency is not optional. It is the price of trust. Now, whatever your view of Andy Burnham, like him or loathe him, nobody doubts that he puts Manchester first. When scrutiny comes, he leans into it. When delivery wobbles, he fronts it. He understands that civic leadership means being visibly accountable for big decisions. That is the standard residents expect in West Yorkshire too. I am pro-mass transit. I want it delivered, but I will not support spin over substance. Leadership is not presenting delay as momentum. Leadership is confronting risk honestly and fixing it. Trust is built in daylight. So I say this to Mayor Brabin. Stop the spin, face the scrutiny, publish the review. Let residents see the challenge and judge whether the response is credible. Now, they'll like this bit. Nationally, Labour controls the levers of government. Regionally, Labour holds their mayoralty. Locally, Labour has governed for years. With that level of control comes responsibility. And when delivery slips, Transparency must increase, not decrease. And before we move on from questions of responsibility, let's talk about safety. Because for many residents, community safety is not an abstract debate. It's the walk home after dark. It's the park at dusk. It's the antisocial behaviour that goes unchallenged. It's the graffiti that lingers. The off-road bikes tearing across green space. The drug dealing residents know is happening but feel nobody is tackling. Policing in West Yorkshire is the responsibility of the Mayor. And despite what Councillor Lewis wanted to say, we are seeing reductions in police community support officers. PCSO numbers matter. They are the visible presence, the reassurance, the relationship. They know the names, they spot the patterns, they prevent escalation. When that presence reduces, confidence reduces with it. At the same time, community safety funding to councils is being squeezed in real terms. So residents experience a double effect. Less visible policing, less local enforcement, more things left unchallenged. And once again, it's the everyday issues that matter most. Graffiti, dog fouling, inconsiderate parking, littering, low-level disorder that chips away at pride and confidence. So what would we do? A council led by me would make additional funding available equivalent to at least one extra PCSO per ward across the city, and we would increase the number of civil enforcement officers so that when residents report problems, there is actual capacity to respond. Because safety is not just about crime statistics. It's about whether people feel safe in their own neighbourhoods. And here is where localism matters again. Community committees should be able to set local safety priorities. If antisocial behaviour in one ward is the priority, tackle it. If fly tipping in another is the priority, focus on it. If dangerous parking outside schools is the issue, deal with it. Trust local members, trust local knowledge, because the councillor who attends the community meeting on a Tuesday night knows what residents are worried about. Safety is not achieved through strategy documents. It's achieved through presence, through partnership, and through visible action. And when visible action is missing, frustration grows. Frustration erodes trust, and when trust erodes, confidence in the whole system begins to wobble. So if you want to know whether a system is really working, don't read the strategy, don't read the press release, look at what it does for the child with the greatest need. Because these are not line items. These are the most vulnerable children in our city. Children with complex needs, children who struggle in classrooms, children who cannot wait. An education, health and care plan, an EHCP, is not a favour. It's a legal right. And yet, in Leeds, for the last 3 years, only around 7% are completed within the statutory time frame. 7%. Imagine if only 7% of bins were emptied on time. This chamber would erupt. If only 7% of council tax were collected, enforcement would be immediate. But when it's children waiting for speech therapy, specialist placements, classroom support, delay has become normalised. Last November, this council experienced a 2.5-week statutory breach in Children's Services leadership. A statutory breach for the most vulnerable children in Leeds. That should never be shrugged off. And yet, when challenged on anything, the response is always the same. We are an outstanding authority. Outstanding. Let me say this carefully. Ofsted did not measure SEND performance. It did not measure EHCP timelines. It does not measure the daily battle parents are facing to secure basic provision. You can hide behind a rating, but you cannot hide from families. If you speak to staff, they do not describe an outstanding system. They describe pressure, backlogs, caseloads that are too high, and emotional strain. If you speak to parents, they do not describe an outstanding service. They describe exhaustion, forms resubmitted, deadlines missed, appeals prepared. They describe battling the very organisation that is supposed to help them. That is not outstanding. That is systemic failure dressed up in historic praise. And all the while, this council is spending huge sums of money without delivering the outcomes those children deserve. Children do not get their childhood back. Every delayed plan is time they never recover. And this is where prevention matters. Multi-systemic therapy, MST, is not a brochure service. It's not a leaflet and a waiting list. It's a knock on the door when a family is in trouble. And MST the can matters. It means child abuse and neglect. These are the hardest cases. Children on the edge of care. Families where the warning lights are already flashing. Because this isn't about bad parents. It's about parents who have lost their way. Drug and alcohol dependency, domestic abuse, untreated trauma, mental health crises. Problems that compound until the home stops being safe. And here's the truth nobody likes saying out loud. Most of these parents love their children. Many of them were let down as children themselves. They want to get it right, but love is not always enough without help. So what does MST Can actually do? It is intensive, in-home work, week after week. Not one visit a fortnight, not see you in 6 weeks. It's practical coaching, routines, boundaries, school attendance, safety planning. It's relentless support at the point of crisis, evenings, weekends, when things fall apart. It holds the whole family around the child and says, we are not giving up on you, but the child must be safe. And at that moment, there are only two real choices. One is to take the child into care, and sometimes that is sadly necessary. But when it becomes the default, we keep repeating the same history. The other is to do the hard thing. Go deep, go early, go intensive. Turn the family around, keep the child safe, and stop the cycle repeating. That is what MST Can does. And 2 years ago, this council tried to close it down. They tried to close it down. Thank goodness that didn't happen, because it works. It keeps families together where it's safe to do so. It reduces the number of children entering care. It improves outcomes and it saves taxpayers money. And the need is obvious. You only have to speak to the teams. Referrals are rising, complexity is rising, they are stretched. So let me be clear about the alternative. A council I lead would introduce an additional MST Can team in the city. More families supported, fewer children in care, better outcomes at lower cost, because when something works, you do more of it, you don't try to shut it down. And when prevention fails, the costs are staggering. Around £6,500 a week on average for each external residential placement in care. £6,500 every week. Other authorities are prepared to explore innovative approaches. I've outlined many of them before. State-run boarding school placements providing stability, structure and educational opportunity at lower cost and with stronger outcomes. This council refuses even to properly examine those options. If it can work in Nottingham for 120 children, it can work in Leeds. That is not ideology. It's curiosity. It's courage. Now, imagine a young boy growing up in Hunslet in the 1980s. The steam beginning to fade from those red brick mills. The industrial wheels turning more slowly. One revolution ending, another beginning. A boy with energy, talent, questions, and like so many young boys, a crossroads in front of him. Because in any community, at any time, there are always different directions a young life can take. Some lead nowhere good. Some lead somewhere extraordinary. This young boy found his way through the doors of the Hunslet Club. He found structure. He found discipline. He found adults who expected something of him. He found somewhere to go after school. He found belonging. His name was Jason Robinson. He didn't just go on to have a decent career. He went on to score England's try in the 2003 Rugby Union World Cup final, the only Englishman ever to do so. Now, I'm not saying one building creates a World Cup winner. I am saying this. When you give young people somewhere to safe to belong, when you surround them with adults who believe in them, when you offer sport, mentoring, expectation and structure, you change trajectories. Dennis and his team at the Hunslet Club do extraordinary work. None of it depends on council funding. But when they looked to this council to support them with a bid to the national charity Onside, who are doing amazing work in Manchester, Wakefield and other places around the country, to expand the fantastic work that they do, this council said no. They said no. Shame on them. If it was down to me, we'd have backed them 100%. But we do more than that. I don't want a copy and paste model. I want every child in Leeds, in Pudsey, in Guiseley, in Wetherby, in Morley, to have access to that kind of opportunity. And that is what a Conservative-led council would deliver. Not identical buildings, not identical branding, but identical belief. 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year, because that is what prevention looks like. That is what belief looks like, and that is what putting children first actually means. And when those children grow up, they become young adults. And we should be there for them then as well. Too many of them face a housing ladder that feels less like a ladder and more like a waiting room. House prices rising faster than wages, deposits drifting further away, rent swallowing what should have become savings. So let me be clear about what we would do under my leadership. I would use the power of this council to help young adults in Leeds get the keys to their first home. Not a slogan, not a consultation, delivery. Using commuted sums already held by this authority, we would establish a council-backed shared ownership and rent-to-buy housing company. A real vehicle for change, helping working people move from rent to equity. Structured to become self-financing over time, revolving investment, recycling capital, helping the next family after the first. Other councils are already doing this. Leeds should be doing it too. Because aspiration is not theoretical. It's a key turning in a front door. And helping young people onto the housing ladder is not just about how many homes we build, it's about where we build. The right homes, in the right places, with the right infrastructure. And this is where anger is rising across our communities. At the start of this speech, I spoke about Leeds as a series of proud, distinct settlements, market towns, mill towns, coalfield communities, villages with identity and memory. They are separated by Greenbelt for a reason. That separation is deliberate. It protects character. It protects breathing space. It stops one community simply dissolving into the next. But that protection is being weakened, rebranded, redefined. Grey belt now appears to mean whatever is convenient. Historic settlements bound together by an Amazon warehouse. Rural villages interspersed with solar farms and battery storage compounds. Data centres replacing farmland. This is not the future anybody voted for. This isn't reforming the planning system, it's ripping up the principles that gave communities confidence, and the consequences are not rhetorical. Look to the north of the city. North Yorkshire's housing target was effectively trebled overnight by the Labour government. No time for a new local plan. That means speculative applications, not sometime in the future, right now. Right up to the Leeds border. Expanding settlements like Wetherby and Otley from the outside in. Residents using Leeds schools, Leeds GP services, Leeds roads, but paying their council tax somewhere else. Pressure without contribution, growth without coordination. That is what happens when targets are imposed faster than plans can be written. Communities are not anti-growth, they are anti-being ignored. And the government's own narrative does not stack up. There are a vast number of homes already permitted across England and Wales that have not yet been built. The crisis is not permission. It is delivery. It is infrastructure. It is viability. So concreting over the green lungs of our city will not solve the housing crisis. It will simply erode trust. Planning does need to evolve. It can be faster, it can be smarter, but it must remain plan-led. Infrastructure first, schools with places, GP surgeries with capacity, roads that function, transport that works, green space that remains. Otherwise, we will not preserve those distinct settlements we celebrated earlier. We will just create one continuous stretch of development where the spaces between communities simply disappear. And when that happens, something precious is lost. Trust. Which brings me to planning here in Leeds. Almost 18 months ago, arrests were made connected to the planning department. I will not speculate. The police investigation must run its course, but it's now been well over a year. And residents feel that nobody is any the wiser about what happened, what failed, or what safeguards have changed. Things have gone very quiet. This cannot simply drift away, because those arrests shattered already fragile public confidence in the planning process. The only way to rebuild confidence is transparency. Full public scrutiny, clear explanation of strength and safeguards, accountability within the bounds of the law. Planning is not just about land, it is about trust. Lord Mayor, alongside these national pressures and local failures, there are practical things this council can control today. For years, I've pointed out that fewer than half of council-owned garages are currently let, less than 50%. Public assets sitting idle. The lost revenue is around £1 million every year. So let's apply some basic stewardship. Rent them properly. Where that fails, sell them. Where they're obsolete, redevelop them for better use. Do not leave assets underused while claiming there is no money. Because that is how you fund a tenant's charter. That is how you guarantee urgent repairs within 48 hours. And that is how you freeze rent, service charges, communal facilities and heating costs for self-paying tenants in sheltered housing. Older residents on fixed incomes should not be dreading the next envelope on the doormat. They built this city. They deserve scrutiny within it, security within it, and when you protect dignity in housing, you reinforce dignity in later life. Which brings me to adult social care. Because housing stability and care stability are not separate conversations. They are the same promise. That in Leeds, people will be supported, not squeezed, at every stage of life. It's not just about older residents, it's about adults of every age who need support. Young adults with learning disabilities, adults with complex autism, people living with severe mental illness, adults with profound physical disabilities, families caring for a son or daughter long after childhood has ended. This is about dignity in adulthood at every stage of life. And there are warning lights flashing on the dashboard. Significant overspends in adult social care year after year. 3 serious safeguarding adult reviews currently underway in this city. Concerns raised about services for vulnerable adults with complex needs. We cannot pretend everything is fine. And we must be honest about what persistent overspends mean. Because the overspends today are the cuts of tomorrow. When reserves are drained and pressures compound, next year's choices become harsher. And let me say clearly, this is not a criticism of frontline staff. Social workers, care workers, support staff, they are working under immense strain. This is about leadership, it's about grip, and it's about prevention. Take neighbourhood networks. Yes, they support older residents like Margaret in my ward who lives alone and relies on her network to get to appointments and stay connected. But they also support carers. They reduce isolation. They stop small problems becoming crises. They keep people independent for longer. This council nearly cut their funding last year. That would have been a false economy. A Conservative-led council would increase funding for neighbourhood networks because prevention in adult social care is not optional. It reduces pressure on residential placements, it reduces hospital admissions, and it preserves dignity. And I want to talk about care capacity. At present, this council pays care homes in the region of £750 to £800 a week for an older person's placement. Providers tell us the true cost of delivering safe care, once you factor in national insurance rises, living wage increases, food, energy, staffing pressures, is now closer to £950 to £1,000 a week. That gap is real, and it's being filled by self-funders, by families, by people who have saved carefully all their lives. It is not sustainable. Providers are warning that without realistic fees, they will reduce the number of council-funded beds. Some may leave the market. And when capacity shrinks, the consequences ripple. Each night in Leeds, around 300 people are in hospital beds, not because they need acute medical care, but because there is nowhere appropriate for them to go. Older people waiting for care placements, adults with complex needs waiting for supported accommodation, young adults transitioning from children's services into adult provision with nothing ready. 300 people in hospital beds at roughly £3,000 a week, nearly 4 times the cost of a care placement. That is not compassionate, it's not efficient, and it's not sustainable. If we stabilise the care market properly, if we align funding more realistically, we create capacity. If even 50 fewer people are delayed in hospital, the NHS in Leeds saves millions each year. 100 fewer, tens of millions. This is not about generosity, it is about system design. It's about partnership with the NHS. It's about ensuring hospital beds are used for treatment, not for waiting. Continuity matters, planning matters, leadership matters, because adult social care is not a side department, it is the backbone of dignity in this city. And if warning lights are flashing, leadership does not cover them with tape. Leadership asks hard questions. Leadership strengthens safeguarding. Leadership stabilises markets before they fracture. Leadership acts before overspends become crises, because dignity at 25 is as important as dignity at 85. And that is the standard Leeds should set. So what's the alternative? It's not just a list of amendments, it's a different way of working. Leeds is the second largest metropolitan authority in the country. Only Birmingham has a larger population, but geographically Leeds covers almost twice the area. We are not a compact urban borough. We are a district of market towns, villages, suburbs, estates and countryside. One size does not fit all, yet too often this council governs as if it does. Our vision is simple. Local decision-making as the default, economies of scale where they add value, because being big should make us efficient, but it should not make us distant. We would use the community committee structure properly, not as a talking shop, but as a decision-making engine, bringing power closer to the people those decisions affect, trusting that local members know their communities best, giving them the freedom to set priorities for their own areas, and the authority to bring together highways, enforcement, housing, social care and community safety teams to deliver against those priorities. Because the councillor who walks the streets of Guiseley or Wetherby or Middleton every week knows where the problems are. They know which junction floods, which alleyway attracts antisocial behaviour, which family needs help. Central command cannot see that from Civic Hall. And beyond elected members, we must unleash the social capital of this city. Parish councils, town councils, community groups, voluntary organisations, faith groups, the people who are already solving problems quietly every day. Government does not have a monopoly on wisdom. It should have the humility to partner. Big enough to secure value for money, local enough to understand the human detail. That is the balance. And that takes me back to where I began. Leeds is not an administrative boundary drawn in 1974. It is market squares and mill towns, estates built with hope, villages older than government, families building futures. Residents feel they are paying more and getting less. They are not imagining it. Parking, potholes, missed bins, waiting lists, planning battles, rising charges. My job is to amplify those voices, the quiet frustration in living rooms across the city. Leeds does not lack potential. It does not lack talent. It does not lack ambition. What it lacks right now is a council humble enough to recognise it does not always know best. Big enough to be efficient, local enough to be human, confident enough to change. That is the council Leeds deserves. And that is what an administration led by me offers residents of this city. These amendments provide a foundation of change, and I commend them to the council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Stevenson.
I second and reserve the right to speak, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Galton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank Victoria and Coral, the team who helped our Liberal Democrat group put together our amendments. Their tenacity in getting the information that we required from all council departments is much appreciated. Lord Mayor, Liberal Democrats want Leeds to be a city with communities in control. To achieve that, we will propose an alternative budget with neighbourhoods at the centre. And to do that, we need to put an end to the civic hall knows best culture under Labour. Our first duty is to get stuff done, to allow people to live decent lives. We recognise that how we live in our neighbourhoods is what matters most to us, and it's our duty to ensure that everybody has the opportunity to participate in and contribute to that community. With 15 years of Labour in charge, we have slipped into becoming a two-speed city, with some areas officially designated priority neighbourhoods, with first call on the council's resources and attention, whilst others are effectively overlooked or asset stripped to fund the civic hall regime's pet projects. Lord Mayor, for all its talk of consultation and asset-based community development, this council very quickly shuts down communication with communities who offer contrary opinions to the ruling group in decisions affecting where they live. It has lost the art of listening, and our budget amendment seeks to amplify the voice and the potential of overlooked communities to turn around that two-speed city, so that everyone has the chance to feel proud of where they live and valued for who they are and the contribution that they bring to the city. Lord Mayor, Liberal Democrats want to see an inclusive Leeds, and we're disappointed to see some parties deriding the value of equality, diversity and inclusion to improving the choices we make in how we spend the money in this city. Within our amendments package, we are focusing in particular on a few simple changes that could make a huge impact in the lives of elderly and disabled citizens, but also improve everybody else's at the same time. We will also address the accumulated deterioration of our streets and green spaces to restore pride and tackle the non-enforcement of neighbourhood crime. We will reset the council's bunker mentality to introduce better ways of working so that services become more accountable and cost-effective, with communities truly in control. And we will correct a serious risk to the council's compliance with national waste legislation whilst delivering new income streams to the council at the same time. Lord Mayor, in constructing these budget amendments, we have also consciously followed the ruling group's priorities for prevention, income generation, locality working and organisational change proposals to improve the council's financial resilience, and we hope that you like them. To begin with, the Liberal Democrat group want to focus on proposals that are aimed to maximise the accessibility of disabled people within the neighbourhoods where they live. Lord Mayor, Leeds Adult Services and Housing do an excellent job of making disabled people's lives as sustainable as possible within their home. However, once a disabled person wishes to leave the house, too often they are faced with a hostile environment, and it's our job to ensure that our public spaces are accessible to all. Our Parks Accessibility Fund, Amendment 12, recognises that our Parks Department has been starved of funding over recent years, and many local parks have deteriorated as a consequence. Also, because of the way many parks were set out decades ago, disabled people were effectively designed out of great tracts of our parks, particularly woodland. Our £2.4 million fund will enable a disability audit of every community park and the first round of new paths, ramps and improvements. Of course, to get to their local park, disabled people need to be able to leave their house to get there. But too often, Lord Mayor, that path is literally blocked. Our parking strategy, Amendment 19, and our Disabled Highways Access Fund, Amendment 23, seek to tackle this problem. If a motorist reports a pothole, the Highways Department has a target for tackling this within weeks. However, if a drop curb is requested, no performance target is set, and the disabled person can wait years to see it put in place. Likewise, there were 700 disabled space requests this year, but capacity to deliver just 170. Our amendment recognises that performance must improve to reflect the true need for such infrastructure, and a £1 million target will encourage the correct level of staffing be dedicated to achieve it. Lord Mayor, pavement parking can effectively make a wheelchair or scooter user a prisoner in their own home. However, police consider obstruction a non-priority offence to enforce, and the council has shockingly only delivered one traffic regulation order to prohibit pavement parking once in 10 years. Inconsiderate parking is also one of the biggest complaints councillors receive from our residents. Pavement parking enforcement powers are imminent for local authorities, and we owe it to our residents that we plan for when it does apply to the streets that we live on, many of which were not designed for the level of car usage we have now, nor for the number of elderly and disabled residents living on them. The decision of where and how to enforce these new powers is a huge task, and if we do it well, a parking strategy is needed now. What is also needed, Lord Mayor, is a traffic enforcement regime that is up to the task of tackling the citywide plague of inconsiderate parking that we have in Leeds. Our recruitment of 33 new traffic enforcement officers, Amendment 18, will rebalance the two-speed deployment of traffic enforcement, which currently allocates 4 out of 5 staff to Leeds City Centre alone, and the rest of us getting the odd patrol when it suits those in charge. Our doubling of the workforce will see officers on duty every day in every ward, with local schools finally seeing the frequency of patrols that they deserve. And because traffic enforcement officers raise more revenue than their wage costs, Lord Mayor, the £500,000 surplus can be spent to cancel the car parking charges in town and district centres across Leeds. Lord Mayor, antisocial parking is just one of the negative behaviours a growing minority think that it's okay to impose on others. They are encouraged by the diminishing visibility of order being maintained on our streets. Despite being assured that hundreds of police officers have been recruited in West Yorkshire, it barely keeps pace with the number that are leaving, and more officers are behind a desk than previously. Of those that reach the front line, Lord Mayor, they aren't being deployed across outside of Leeds City Centre, and at the same time, their PCSO colleagues that leave are deliberately not being replaced by Mayor Brabin. The result is an atmosphere of impunity for those making mischief in our neighbourhoods. Lord Mayor, our investment in 33 new police community support officers, Amendment 16, will ensure that every neighbourhood policing team can have extra presence on the ground, deterring crime and gathering useful community intelligence. Also, Lord Mayor, to complement investment in street patrols, We also propose 4 new officer posts in the Leeds Antisocial Behaviour Team to focus on evidence gathering around noise nuisance and graffiti, Amendment 17. Defacement of public and private property is on the rise and is giving too many of our neighbourhoods an atmosphere of decline. The ending of nighttime enforcement of noise nuisance is also nonsensical, and our proposal will bring this back to bring relief for residents suffering from this blight. Lord Mayor, as well as order on our streets, we take public safety seriously as well. That is why we think the Council's proposal to cut the gritting budget is far too risky for the amount that it would save, and we would replace that funding in Amendment 25. We're also repeating our commitment made in previous years to create a £500,000 fund for lighting in public parks in Amendment 22. Lighting facilities such as tennis courts in our parks extends the time that people have to use these facilities, and the lack of lighting can be the biggest deterrent for women and girls, as well as others, to using parks year-round for exercise. Our fund would be available for those communities that wish to introduce lighting schemes for their area. Lord Mayor, this council spends money on our behalf, supposedly for our benefit, and allowing local people to have more influence over what happens in their area is crucial to ensure that we are spending that money well. Leeds Civic Hall should be accountable to communities, not the other way round. Our Local Accountability Commission, Amendment 11, will take a serious look at how our money is spent and our services delivered on the front line. No longer will communities like Rothwell, Otley, Morley and Pudsey see their community buildings sold to pay off poor spending decisions at Leeds Civic Hall. Every ward will have an asset management plan, and the asset management team will be subject to it, not the other way around. Section 106 and Community Infrastructure Levy will be spent in the areas it is generated. Our local community buildings will be locally managed in Amendment 13 so that they are used more effectively. Lord Mayor, our street trees and verges strategy in Amendment 24 will learn the lessons of Labour's failed Trees for Streets scheme and remove the veto of the Highways Department for the planting of trees on streets and verges, which will allow local communities more control to choose which verges to keep grassed or to convert for parking. This will be delivered alongside funding to address the backlog of work on tree maintenance, so that people get work on trees in their locality when they need it, not when it is convenient for our Parks Department to deliver. Our council housing office managers, Lord Mayor, will be given more autonomy to manage tenancies and will be given responsibility for the production and delivery of estate management plans in Amendment 27. Working with communities, bespoke plans will be drawn up for each individual estate to recognise the need for environmental improvement to the physical setting of our estates and not just the bricks and mortar of individual homes to create cohesive communities. The priority this year will be to improve the grounds of retirement lives properties, too many of which offer dismal, neglected and often dangerous environments for residents to look out on. Lord Mayor, Leeds Liberal Democrats also want to put communities in control of local transport plans in Amendment 20, to identify local priorities for public transport, walking and wheeling routes, and road safety measures. Alongside this, we will introduce funding for citywide district centre transport improvements, paid for by a city centre workplace parking levy in Amendment 21, which will be, Lord Mayor, a fraction of the charge consulted on by the Labour group last year, and benchmarked to match that already in operation in Nottingham, which brings in millions in revenue after a decade in operation without any exodus out of the city centre by local businesses. Our plans are in stark contrast to the Labour proposal that wished to squeeze businesses to their limits to fund a mass transit scheme that now offers no prospect of offering any benefits to business for over a decade at least. Lord Mayor, of course, we have been offering income generation ideas to the Labour group for years. The city centre workplace parking levy has been there for a decade for them to think about, and they still manage to botch it. The majority of our money-raising proposals are rejected as laughable concepts, then appear several months later as their own idea. The most recent, of course, is the auctioning of the U1 number plate, which raised £750,000. And the council tax premium on second homes, which now brings in around £1 million a year, I understand. Lord Mayor, for 5 long years, we proposed buying or building our own looked-after children accommodation to stop spending so much with private care providers outside of the city. After the Labour group finally accepted this as a good idea, we now have 8 such homes saving us money. Think how much more could have been saved if we'd started sooner. The same logic of securing decent homes fast, where they are needed, is behind our proposal in Amendment 28, first unveiled last year, to purchase 40 new council homes from the open market in areas with high demand, but no prospect of new homes being built under the council's current council house growth strategy. Lord Mayor, this Labour administration just takes too long to get anything done. For an example, a site identified for new council housing in Rothwell 4 years ago, after a care home was closed and demolished, has still yet to have a planning application submitted. Lord Mayor, the more time we take on important investments like this, the more lives are put on hold across the city. The same dithering has happened with our proposal to buy Pothole Pro machines to tackle our street repair backlog in Amendment 26. We proposed buying one last year, and this administration replied that they were already getting one. However, what they didn't say is that they were only going to give it a test drive at the back end of the year to see if it was suitable. Are our potholes somehow different to all the local authorities that already have bought these machines? Given the state of our roads now, I hope that they have seen the error of their delay and will back our proposal to buy 3 of them and start to see the benefit of more holes filled to a higher standard at a lower cost than our current bucket and shovel model. Lord Mayor, another repeated money-saving idea is our proposal to turn our in-house fostering service into a mutual independent fostering agency run by and for foster carers in Amendment 14. Lord Mayor, this will turbocharge recruitment and improve care by ensuring less taxpayers' money is going to pay the dividends of private operators and is instead kept within Leeds Children's Services, with the department with the consistently biggest multi-million-pound budgetary overspend every year. Lord Mayor, as we pointed out earlier, our proposal to employ more traffic officers will raise £500,000 surplus that will pay for the cancellation of parking charges on high streets across the city. Our proposal to change the way we collect and treat food waste in the city, Amendment 15, will not only create a further £400,000 surplus this year, which we will discuss later, but will also deliver a further long-term income stream through the production of green gas that can be sold onto the energy market. However, our biggest motivation for moving this amendment is to save the council from future legal challenge, as the Labour group's current proposal for fortnightly commingled collection make this city non-compliant with waste recycling legislation for at least the next 3 years. Our proposal rejects the farce of paying private operators to take away our food waste. And by the way, those charges have doubled in a year. And will instead introduce weekly collections in the first year to the 20% of households in the city without brown bins that the council already planned to be collecting separately already. At the same time, we will progress the finance and planning for the anaerobic digester that will turn our waste into fuel that will pay for more public services. Lord Mayor, as mentioned earlier, our plans deliver a surplus this year of £400,000 compared to what the administration wanted to spend on food waste collection. In this 400th anniversary year of Leeds receiving its Charter of Incorporation, we are dedicating this sum to be distributed equally between the 33 wards of the city to host celebrations to commemorate this significant milestone in Amendment 10. Lord Mayor, the fact that this would be the only funding in this entire budget associated with celebrating Leeds 400 is mind-blowing. The only conclusion I can reach is that the Labour administration is so scarred from the experience of Leeds 2023 and the paying off the disastrous legacy of Leeds Culture Trust that they would rather pretend that there is nothing to celebrate worth funding. What a lost opportunity to showcase our city and to celebrate together. But then we are very used to that feeling of regret when Labour take a really good idea and implement it very badly. Lord Mayor, to conclude, if this city is really serious about delivering a budget that prioritises prevention, organisational change, locality working and generating revenue, it's all here and you're welcome. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Colleagues, we're going to take a 10-minute comfort break at this point. Do take a seat, everybody. Before I invite Councillor Downs to second Councillor Galton's amendments, if you just join me in wishing Councillor Field a happy birthday today. Many happy returns. She was trying to keep that quiet. Dealt with that too. And now, Councillor Downs, if you'd care to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Nice to see everybody back for my speech, so I'll simply second and reserve the right to it.
Thank you. Councillor Stables.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, everybody's back for my speech instead. Lord Mayor, firstly, a big thank you to all those in finance who have worked so hard to pull these budget amendments together. I know each year it gets more difficult as the number of parties grow. 1 year on, and I feel we're in the same position in regards to the budget. Sadly, the Labour government hasn't reversed spending cuts that the Tories imposed over their 14 years in power. We know this can't be done overnight, and that there are many demands on the public purse nationally, not least driven by global insecurity, as well as the ongoing cost of living crisis. Why is this? Because again, sadly, big business and high net worth individuals are continuing to influence decision making, despite, some may say, austerity is a political choice. The knock-on effect is that despite the increased settlement, the Council is still in a very challenging position. We're delighted that the point we made last year, along with other Green councillors across West Yorkshire, about pension funding was heeded, and as a result, 2026-27, the employer's contributory rate will reduce from 15.7% to 12%, which will result in a saving of £10.89 million to this council, without affecting employee pensions. Ed's going to further flesh this out in his speech later. We're also delighted to see that the tourist tax or hotel tax that we proposed for the last few years in our budget amendments is coming into effect. We do hope that the leader will be pressing Mayor Brabin for this council to receive a fair share of the revenue generated, which should deliver millions of much needed revenue. So these are the big wins that will help to balance the books and ensure that vital services are maintained by this council. These could potentially also fund the reversal of parking charges where they're causing chaos on our roads. Last year I talked about our concerns with introducing car parking charges in Wetherby, and I'm very conscious that Councillor Lamb has already talked about this, and this really just highlights how important this is. The knock-on effects of this are huge in terms of employees, businesses and road safety. Sadly, parking charges were introduced on the 1st of October last year, and everything we predicted has come true. Businesses are struggling. Drivers are choosing to park for free on roads in the town centre, by the leisure centre, preventing those wanting to use the leisure centre for parking, on unhousing estates, causing dangerous blocking of roads for emergency services, and making life difficult for residents trying to turn in off their drives. The same has happened around some of the parks too, notably the Chevin, where cars park on the road leading up to the Chevin rather than paying to park in the car park. Introducing additional parking restrictions through traffic regulation order is not the answer. We all know that it won't solve the problem. It will simply shift the problem from one area to another. And once the cost of highways, time, assessing the situation and creating new TROs is factored in, I doubt if there's much additional income left. In Wetherby, it's a disaster. The town was already struggling with too many cars on the road due to the new housing estates, and now we have excessive, dangerous street parking added to the mix. With 1,000 new homes currently being built and developers queuing up to build on the boundaries of the town in North Yorkshire, the situation will further deteriorate and we will have increasing frequency of gridlock. The sensible and responsible solution would be to reverse the decision, which purely motivated by finance was wrong. We should be trying to improve the lives of residents and help them, not make life even more difficult. Another big theme we've picked up in this budget is the issue with fly tipping. Despite the good intentions and hard work of officers, the problem is not going away. There are some areas across the city that are attracting this illegal activity for a number of reasons. They are often little bits of land tucked away from view or seen as wasteland and not valued by residents in the neighbourhood. So how do we change that? Why don't we transform these forgotten areas into green spaces that are valued by those that live nearby, adding trees, shrubs and wildflowers that will increase biodiversity and adding seating to encourage residents to sit and enjoy the space. We could get local people involved in the transformation so they have a stake in it and are keen to maintain it going forward. So how should we fund this? We propose that we give rewards to residents who identify fly tippers and that we have an additional enforcement officer paid for by the increased fines, and that any additional funds raised go into an investment pot for the creation of these green spaces. We could try one at a time, and when the first is established, move on to the second. This will not only reduce fly tipping, but transform some unloved areas of the city. The third issue we've focused on is pavement parking. It's still a major issue across many areas, and it's making life not only difficult, but unsafe for those in wheelchairs with mobility aids, pushchairs, and impossible for those with vision impairment unable to navigate the space between the car and the edge of the pavement. So to counter this, we're proposing a traffic regulation order to allow parking enforcement officers to issue parking penalty charge notices rather than this falling under our overstretched neighbourhood police teams, plus 5 additional parking enforcement officers for those areas where the new TRO is introduced. This will be self-funding from the fines imposed. Our fourth focus is on council garages. There are many empty garages across the city not being used or bringing in much needed revenue due to the lack of repairs being carried out. We propose to fix this issue by repairing 100 garages and bringing them back into use, funded by increased rental revenue. Another amendment I'd like to mention is about post offices. These are increasingly under threat and fast disappearing from high streets and neighbourhood shops. They're a vital lifeline for so many people as banks have disappeared. We've seen post offices successfully installed into community hubs in both Headingley and Seacroft, and Councillor Carlisle is currently trying to bring the post office into Hunslet Library Community Hub. The good news is that this needs very little investment, just attention and focus. We also have a regular inclusion in the capital programme to repair collapsed gullies across the city to reduce flooding, especially needed with the increase in severe weather events we're already experiencing due to climate change. Looking at other parties' amendments. As was the case last year, there are some Conservative amendments we aren't opposed to, but we're sadly not able to vote for them due to their insecure and unwise saving proposals. Again, they rely heavily on AI and their belief, not backed up with any evidence, that using this will bring in this level of savings to the tune of, when you add it up, £8 million. I find this quite extraordinary, given that Conservatives like to talk up their safe handling of the economy. And then they also rely on outsourcing, which will take the control of the delivery of council services out of our hands and give to a third party, and in the process allow the public purse to pay for the profits created by these contracts and pay those workers below the living wage. How is this right? They also propose to reduce democracy by charging protests for the admin and policing of events. The right to peaceful protest is enshrined in the British democratic system. If you remove this, you move further towards an authoritarian state where the people have no say and no way of communicating en masse their views to the government. We're also concerned by the SDP's Amendment 54, which proposes to eliminate any non-statutory EDI roles. We live in a vibrant city full of diversity. This council must want the best for all its citizens, and the only way to ensure this is to make sure that all voices are heard, everyone listened to, no matter what their religion, their gender, their colour of their skin, their sexuality, their disability, or how they choose to dress. This is fundamental to an inclusive city and a true city of belonging that we strive to create. We did find some of the Lib Dems amendments to be a bit weird, to be honest. And we were rather mystified by the proposal to halt the food waste commingling trial in Wetherby. And we did wonder if it was a case of sour grapes, as it's not in Rothwell. However, having listened to Councillor Galton's explanation, I do think it is a good idea, the selling of the green gas. So we would look forward to working together with the Lib Dems to perhaps get some more clarity on this issue.
Not so weird then.
I said some were weird. We like the idea from the MBIs of a speed camera for every ward. But if we are to fund this, as we have said previously in full council, we should also be pushing for this council to gain from the additional revenue generated by the fines. And although we're very much in favour of the council purchasing a pothole repairing machine, we would propose that officers look at all the machines on the market and choose one from the most ethical supplier that will deliver what we want at a good price. We have several other proposals you'll be pleased to hear that Councillor Ed will be talking about later. So to finish, I hope that you can support the Green Group's amendments and help deliver some positive change in a challenging environment.
Councillor Carlyle.
I second and reserve the right to speak.
So I got...
So I second and reserve the right to speak, please. Thank you.
You may notice colleagues follow a courtesy that when addressing, they stand. Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think we've all suffered enough up to press, so I will try and make this as brief and as painless as possible. Not necessarily promising, but I'll do my best. First item on my list is to thank Richard Ellis and his team for all the help and support that they give us. Richard has the capacity to keep a straight face even when we're putting down all of our amendments, and I'm sure he keeps a straight face with all the other groups. It's a remarkable achievement, and he is always honest and open about what is and what isn't achievable, and we would like to commend his team and the work that he's put in to make sure that what we have offered is somewhat credible. The second item is to talk again about a Royal Commission on local government financing. I think this is my 23rd budget, so I've sat through Labour administrations and coalition administrations and Conservative administrations. And one of the things that I think I've identified during that period is the fact that whoever is in office makes sure that it bungs cash to its mates, whoever they may be, whether it's Labour authorities under a Labour government, coalition authorities under a coalition government, Tory authorities under a Tory government. What would a Royal Commission achieve? It would ultimately try and achieve something that is fair funding, because certainly I hear the leader telling us that we are now on fair funding. I suspect that we heard the same under previous Conservative governments and previous coalition governments as well. The fact of the matter is it needs to be pulled out from politicians and a collective agreement about how we finance local government, because to be honest, I've sat here since 2002 and we've been shafted by just about every government during that particular period, no matter which way around that you look at it, trying to pull the decision-making process from them to one where we can collectively and in the spirit of partnership figure out what genuine fair funding for local government means is something that we would want to support. As ever, we will break down the fact that the council tax rise is in two parts. You've got a 3% and you've got the 1.99 adult social care levy. And again, and we've said this time and time again, this is the inevitable consequence of a failure of successive governments of all political persuasions not to deal with the fair and reasonable funding of adult social care. The number of commissions that I've sat through or listened to from 2002 to present, I think it's running at 6 or 7 at this stage, and nobody's come up with any ideas or solutions that anybody has ultimately adopted. We need to have that honest discussion with our communities about the fact that if you want adult social care to be fully financed, then you will have to pay more in levels of taxation. The fact that people promote a view that somehow you're going to be able to deliver the adult social care that is required by the demographic changes that are coming our way by just fiddling around with the budgets that we've got at this point is unrealistic and unachievable. And the great British electorate has to consider the discussion that you either suggest that individuals pay for it themselves and you just put in a safety net, or that if we want proper, full-blown adult social care that is free in the same way that the NHS is, we're all going to have to pay significantly more in terms of taxation. And that honesty of debate is one that has eluded us for year after year after year. The other 3%, and we do recognise that the government has been more generous than the previous government, and the fact that more money has been spent on supporting children's services and adult social care is a good and positive thing. And there are other things within the budget that I think all of us pretty much support and agree with. Certainly the amendments that we're all looking at are a very small amount of the overall budget. So I think we all agree fundamentally the direction that we're going in is the right one, but what we need to do is to adjust it to take into account certain other issues, like Councillor Lamb's suggestions of more localism, again, which we would be keen on supporting. Now, turning to our particular amendments, it says here, turn to page 24. If we can run through them one by one to try and explain what we're trying to do with them. Now, to a degree, you've heard this argument before because we've been putting it probably for the last 3 or 4 years. We don't think that the community committee structure works particularly well. There's not enough power delegated down, there's not enough finance delegated down, and we believe that you should perhaps get rid of community committees and make sure that any savings that you generate from that go straight through to additional funding for MICE. Why is that? Because that puts the finance directly in control of local councillors who know their wards better than any officers do, and we believe that increasing that would make sure that the ward councillor can be more effective with less input from a bureaucratic process. Amendment 42 is one where we're looking to make sure that, taking into account the problems and challenges that we all face when it comes to snow events, that we have opportunities for more gritting, whether that's more gritting that we can buy in, or whether it is in the form of community grit bins. Certainly we were disappointed to receive an email when we were asking for additional grit bins in our community to be told that the council has no statutory obligation to provide grit bins. Now, to a degree, that's the computer saying no, and that is of little help to our communities who are genuinely committed to trying to make sure that in snow events they play their part in making sure that the roads are as passable as they can be. So part and parcel of our budget amendment, Amendment 42, is to look at what we can do to increase not only citywide grits, but also the provision of community grit bins. If we give communities the tools, they will be able to be part of the solution themselves, not part of the problem. The next one is Amendment 43, where we're looking specifically at children's play areas. Now, to a degree, we've been fortunate in Morley that some, not all, some of our play areas have been helped and assisted by the Morley Town deal. There are other playgrounds, and I know that the same across other wards, who don't get that help and support. And we all know parks have suffered in terms of being pretty much a Cinderella service and not getting the financial help and support that they actually need. And we all have parks that can be improved in our area. It's good for young people. It's a very big positive in terms of use of green spaces. It keeps kids active. It's a good thing. So our view is that we should have, at the very least, an extra 50,000 for each ward for you to use as you see fit as ward councillors to improve your play areas. Amendment 44 is about additional speed cameras for everybody, each ward. That's what we're proposing at this stage. Now, if anybody has tried to get the speed camera partnership interested in their community, if they can give me an indication of how you actually achieve that, because they will come up with a million reasons why they can't do anything about it. And we've certainly struggled. This is all colleagues across the Morley area when we're trying to get more speed monitoring in our area. The police clearly have other things to do, and it's very difficult to persuade them to do speed monitoring exercises. We are entirely and utterly convinced that permanent safety cameras would improve road safety and slow down the traffic in our communities. Now, the idea is that we all get one and then we build on that year by year by year, so that ultimately you decide, along with your communities, where the safety cameras actually go, and we make sure that we start to address the frustrations that we all have at the fact that the camera safety partnership don't do the job that our communities want them to do, because it is almost impossible to get them to monitor the areas that you want them to monitor. They will come up with a million reasons, and they will send highways out to do an assessment on all those other issues. The fact of the matter is, and a good example is Driglington Bypass. Driglington Bypass recently had a fatality on it as a result of speed. We've sent out highways and the safety camera partnership to try and do some work on that, and they tell us it doesn't satisfy the criteria, whatever that criteria might be. This is an opportunity for us to be proactive rather than reactive, and to work with our communities to offer something positive in terms of reducing the speed of traffic. Amendment 45 is for those who have watched such matters for many years will know it's a good old favourite, where we're looking for more council housing to be built in Morley, and this is something else that could be taken up across other wards in Leeds. Now, for the first time since 1981, we are getting the first new council homes in Morley, the new Seagan Manor that is currently going through the planning process at this stage. The last one being Birchcourt in 1981. Now, as much as we're delighted to make sure that we give credit to the administration for chasing up this particular one and finding the finance to make sure that we deliver on this, it has followed something along the lines of a 5 to a 10-year campaign that we have been running to try and get more council housing in the Morley area, and it was built on the site of the old Seagan Manor, which again we fought against it being pulled down. It was one of those council residential care homes that was regarded as surplus to requirements. And credit to my colleagues who've continued to campaign all the way through to ultimately get a positive response out of that, and the first council housing in Morley since 1981. Turning to the amendments from a lot of the other parties, what we would say is there are a lot of good ideas here, and I know that the Labour administration are going to vote them all down. Of that there is absolutely no doubt. If that's the only thing I've learnt over 23 years, it won't make a blind bit of difference what any of us say at this stage. I would suggest to the administration, whatever administration it is, the administration this year, see, there's come May, I think there's going to be another administration, but I would say there are some good ideas that are worth exploring with some of the other parties at this point, and rather than voting them down, it might be an opportunity, who knows, I'm a continual optimist for you to actually examine each one of them, and if there is any merit in it, support it. Support that particular amendment, because there's a small amounts of money generally, and we're in a situation where, you know, some of their ideas are positive ideas. I accept the Lib Dems are a little bonkers, but I mean, we're used to that. We've been here for many years, and some of the Greens. But we will look at each particular amendment one by one. We will be supporting some, we'll be abstaining on others, we'll be opposing others. And on that, I would wholeheartedly recommend that the Council supports the MBI budget amendments. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Senior.
Can I second it, please, and reserve the right to speak?
Councillor Dobson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, please, a bit of housekeeping that I should have done at the top of the meeting. In terms of Amendment 5, Part C, managing a neighbourhood network as I do, I will abstain on that particular vote, and obviously I want to declare the interest.
Thank you.
Again, before we get into the nuts and bolts of the budget speech, we did want to say as a group how deeply saddened we were for the loss of your colleague, Councillor Franz Meir. We thought the contributions this morning were exquisite and heartfelt and gave a real flavour of the person. We have extended our condolences to the family through the Office of the Lord Mayor, but we did want to put on record that a tragic loss, and we send out our deepest condolences to family and colleagues and friends. I'm not going to be as generous as Councillor Finnegan, because I've been here this is my 19th budget meeting, not quite as many as Robert, but if I've got to suffer, so has everybody else. I think that's only fair. But we would like to start in the traditional way by thanking officers from across the council for their work during the last municipal year, not least, of course, Victoria and her team, who have been very supportive and helpful in framing our budget amendments. We'd like to congratulate and wish every good wish for his retirement to James. Well done for an amazing amount of service, and listening to your career trajectory is remarkable and a credit to you, and I hope an example to lots of other people coming through the ranks. We'd also like to pay tribute to Richard Ellis, who's always been first rate in helping us put our amendments together. We've known Richard for many years, and we can say that he is insightful, he is knowledgeable, he's passionate, and he's dedicated to Leeds United. And we spend most of, because we've known each other so long, he can pretty much read my mind, and we spend most of our chat talking about the various ups and downs of our wonderful club. But he's actually extremely good in his day job. So we'd like to wish Richard all the best from our group for a long and happy retirement, and thank him for his tremendous efforts. It's also important on a day like today that we do not forget the hard-working men and women on the ground, protecting vulnerable children and adults, keeping our streets clean and making our city tick in often very unglamorous but absolutely essential roles. And we'd like to also extend our sincere thanks to them. Lord Mayor, our group normally swerve the State of the City meeting. Our view being that this is the real state of the city meeting. The Lord Mayor, a city like Leeds cannot exist inside a bubble. Our ability to deliver a complex range of public services, our economic growth, not just in the city, but across the city region, and our prosperity for individuals and businesses and our living standards all places us in a symbiotic relationship with central government. So it would be amiss not to consider our council budget within the broader considerations as to the nation's finances, the state of the nation in effect. Although I won't go on for an hour and 50 minutes like a certain gentleman did yesterday evening. Every government has to have a story, a cohesive narrative for why they are there, the direction of travel they wish to take the country in, and a clear vision as to their priorities. Irrespective of the size of a government majority, the worst thing that can be seen in any administration is to lack a strategy, a clear vision, if you like, as to how to achieve policy outcomes. This is true of foreign policy, it's true of social policy, it's true of environmental policy, but it is especially true of fiscal policy. And to paraphrase James Carville as part of the first Clinton campaign, it really is the economy stupid. If charisma was a taxable income, we believe Sir Keir would undoubtedly qualify for universal credit. But he is, you shouldn't really laugh at your own jokes, but he is actually here for a reason. When Morgan McSweeney handpicked Starmer to lead the Labour Party, he did so precisely because he had a blank canvas, no real politics, no dyed-in-the-wool ideology, just a man completely motivated by his own ambition who wanted to be Prime Minister. If you don't believe that, read a very, very interesting book by Gabriel Pogrund, Get In. It's worth a read if any of you do read political literature or just what the group offices produce, I don't really know. But it would be worth reading that, it's very interesting. Now, ambition is all well and good, but if you pick a blank canvas but fail to paint a cohesive picture on it, and then instead allow any number of people with any number of motivations to scribble all over the canvas, you've got a problem. A toxic cocktail of pre-election financial promises of better days to come, a narrative that was progressed endlessly in this chamber, let us not forget, in tandem with a Chancellor wanting to deliver an economic strategy against a backdrop of backbenchers not allowing her to do so, does nothing to improve the financial position of this authority or the hard-pressed citizens of Leeds. The endless mantra we had to endure in this council chamber, meeting after meeting, that we needed a Labour government, is sounding increasingly shrill and hollow with every passing month, every U-turn, every new price rise and every new tax. Of course, the mantra was then changed last year and replaced with something equally disingenuous. We said last year, our group, and we do not have the foresight or skills of Nostradamus, but we did debunk the myth of the £22 billion black hole, despite many contributions from members opposite which continued to fly in the face of an emerging narrative. At the last budget meeting, administration speaker after speaker dutifully parroted the 22 billion black hole narrative. But the OBR have made it clear that the actual shortfall in the Chancellor's plans was a great deal smaller. By the end of 2025, public finances were showing a modest surplus. In a letter to Parliament's Treasury Committee, the OBR chairman said at no point did the Chancellor face a fiscal gap larger than around 2.5 billion. By the end of October 25, that figure had actually disappeared entirely, with OBR forecasts showing 4.2 billion in surplus, rather than any deficit. So what did the Chancellor do? She chose to call an emergency press conference on the 4th of November to double down on the myth of the black hole, create a rationale for eye-watering tax increases on working people to justify the budget on the 26th of November, where 26 billion in extra taxes were raised against manifesto commitments. But the question remains, why? Who benefits? 16 billion in extra taxes raised will go directly to increasing the welfare bill by 2030. It was only the budget before last that the Chancellor attempted to reduce the welfare bill by half, but has in fact, by 2030, doubled it. The government claimed to want to cut the welfare bill, but have capitulated to their own backbenchers. What is the point of having a massive parliamentary majority if the government have to bend like straws in the wind to the wishes of members like the MP for Leeds East? The Chancellor is in denial, claiming that the tax hikes in November are brought in to support public services. How? Where is our share of the money? To repeat, the budget will increase the tax burden on working people by 26 billion. How much is coming into delivering frontline services right here in Leeds? What would the administration now say to the pre-election claims in the manifesto that Labour would not increase the burden on working people? We are sure we would all find it enlightening if the Labour speakers on the order paper could perhaps enlighten us why the 26 billion was needed to be raised, where it will be spent, and where has the £22 billion black hole gone. Lord Mayor, if this government budget from last November was an episode of Friends, it would be called The One Where Rachel Lied. The budget was aimed at appeasing the Labour Party, not addressing the medium to short-term, long-term fiscal strategy for the country and putting more people into work, keeping more money in people's pockets and therefore stimulating economic growth. It is no longer credible to say that growth is this government's priority. If the government policy is to squeeze working people to deliver on an agenda formulated on the back benches and not in cabinet, then there needs to be clear and open about that, as do Labour speakers today. This government swept into power, claiming to be the party of growth, opportunity and jobs. And yet, less than 2 years in, the agenda has been completely abandoned in favour of a tax and spend policies of old. With a Prime Minister and a Chancellor who fold like origami at the whims of their backbenchers, is this sustainable against the backdrop of a stagnant growth? This is not an argument of left versus right, right versus wrong, or morality versus immorality. These are the simple economic realities that every government has to juggle, and this government is clearly getting the balance completely wrong in an attempt to appease people like my MP, who will never be anywhere near the levers of power, but seem to have a pernicious influence over the development of government policy, or perhaps more fittingly, government U-turns. What is the purpose of a massive parliamentary majority if you are hamstrung in government on enacting your fiscal programme? Do any of the Leeds Labour MPs actually take the time to pause and reflect on how their endless machinations impact on the ability of this council to execute our responsibilities for the residents we represent? The Chancellor and the Prime Minister have struggled to articulate a clear and coherent long-term economic strategy. The messaging on growth, taxation and public spending have been contradictory and overly vague, to the point of leaving businesses and markets uncertain as to future direction. A city like Leeds with a complex mixed economy needs a government to provide a vision around economic growth, not just the endless flip-flopping U-turns and drift we have seen for the last 2 years. Setting out a financial strategy and then miserably failing to deliver it at the attempt to appease all sides, not least fractious backbenchers, satisfies nobody. Claiming to have ambitious plans for growth, but in tandem increasing the welfare bill, increasing taxation at direct variance to election pledges, against a backdrop of ambitious, read undeliverable changes to public policy, do nothing to dampen investment confidence and does nothing to improve public services, which is what the government promised to do. Where is the narrative? Where is the vision? Where is the leadership? Leeds is crying out for better outcomes around health services, education and social care, but our city ambitions can only be delivered through growth, not higher debt, higher borrowing costs and plundering the income of the ever-decreasing population who are paying taxes. Despite a slight reduction of 0.1% in January, inflation is still now running higher than what the Chancellor inherited in July 2024. So clearly something is very wrong. If not flatlining, the economy is certainly stagnant. Leeds has a thriving service economy, but two budgets, financial pressures on our pubs, our restaurants, our hotels and other hospitality businesses has become intolerable. Higher national insurance contributions for employers will lead to job cuts in the kind of industries that are often younger people's first opportunity to enter the job market, making the hiring and retaining of staff much harder for the employer. Transitional support for business rates has been a sleight of hand. Increasing transitional support for businesses will count for nothing when the revaluation of properties will completely wipe out that proposed support for small businesses, specifically leisure and the pub industries, which in a city like Leeds should be the heart of our economic strategy. In a belated attempt to offset this, the latest U-turn, the business rate reductions for pubs from April will do nothing more than partially pull the knife out that she has willingly plunged into the hospitality industry by a mere 15%. Of course, Leeds hotels and restaurants do not even qualify for this meagre offering. Consider the care sector and how we interact and over-rely on external provision. Leeds under Labour has spent the last decade and more pushing as many residents towards council-funded but privately delivered care packages. With the imposition of higher national insurance contributions for employers, council should consider the impact this will have on care packages, when care providers will be expected to do more and more for less and less money once the extra taxation and national insurance burden placed on them by the Chancellor has been taken into account. It was always going to be the perfect storm, and council cannot say they have not been warned by our group over and over again. Let's focus for a moment on the government's pre- and post-election pledges on the economy and what's been delivered in reality. The pre-election pledge is not to increase council tax for Leeds citizens. We actually welcome the breaking news that there will be up to a 7% deduction for households paying dual fuel tariffs from the next financial year. But that has to be offset against a water industry that in Yorkshire Water are going to put in 5.6% extra on our bills. And what that money's for, we are told, is to fix the infrastructure. But the amount of money required to fix the infrastructure, you will be interested to know, is pretty much exactly what's been paid out in share bonuses for the last decade. So why are we, the consumer, picking up the tab again? They also promised to positively review the mistreatment of the WASPy women, not least here in Leeds. They promised to tighten up the rules. The tightening of rules around winter fuel payments is to the detriment of many of our older citizens in Leeds. That was nowhere in any pre-election literature. Attempting benefit reforms that ended in increasing the benefit bill, detrimental changes to employers' national insurance contribution, the farmers' tax. This government's economic progress appears to fall into three broad areas. Where the government promised to do something, but either failed or didn't, where they failed to mention they were going to deliver something, attempted to do it anyway, but then had to back down because of public outrage, or wanted to deliver something but couldn't get it past their own MPs in Parliament. Sadly for this city, this is not a 2004 moment. Politics reflects society, and because we now find ourselves so polarised on this council, it is highly unlikely there will be any form of coalescing around an administration to pick up the reins. But that does not mean we cannot influence things, and it certainly does not mean we cannot play a big role in getting the council's financial priorities back on track. Our group have said for many years that budget setting is completely back to front. The minute we enter the new financial year, every element of spend within every department could and should be scrutinised, starting with what's on line Z or hidden in the small print by posing some simple questions. Do we need to do this? How does it benefit people of Leeds? How does it take our city forward? But we never do that. Nothing really changes, and then we meet here in February and scratch our heads and wonder why we haven't got sufficient money to deliver essential services. Often at this budget meeting we are told that to govern is to choose. Whilst that is true, to govern must also to have a fundamental understanding of how money should be spent and where, and our group believe that remains lacking. Of course, money's been sucked out of local government since 2010, and now with Labour taking office in 2024, all three major parties are equally culpable. But there is still a great deal we could do to improve our own position internally with the application of those simple and sensible questions. Members may wonder why we have not submitted an amendment around finding extra cash to address the pothole crisis, which obviously has been a campaign that has seen interest right across the city. Well, the reason is we have to accept that to bring our roads back up to scratch within one municipal year is simply not feasible after 16 years of neglect, and we do not envy the job that Councillor Pryor has. However, each year, Council puts forward a highways work programme upon which we as members have limited to no influence. We tinker around on the edges as to how and where the road programme should be delivered. Residents often come to us scratching their heads, wondering why some streets have been resurfaced and others, far worse, have been left for yet another year in the cycle. We believe this is more around maintaining the status quo and the order of things than addressing the actual problem. The highway programme for 2026-27 should effectively be ripped up, and a new and fresh initiative should be progressed around bringing all our roads up to a common standard. That might not be a particularly high standard, but only then, when we've done that, can we roll out a highways programme with certainty that it is in the areas required after a common base position has been reached. But nobody will do that because nobody challenges the status quo for the best part of a decade, and the highway strategy does nothing to address this. To paraphrase John F. Kennedy, you have to fix the roof when the sun is shining. So let's use this year wisely and rather send out teams in the pouring down of rain to throw some loose pothole, some tarmac into a pothole with little to no chance of it staying there, simply because it's features on the schedule. Let's utilise the spring, the summer and the early autumn properly to do the job properly and bring our highways back to a common standard. In terms of our budget amendments, parking charges at district centres and local parks has been a failed experiment. Barley Hill car park in Garforth now stands on most days 3/4 empty, but that does not mean the cars have gone away. If you were to visit Garforth right now, you would see a line of cars on the busy A642, causing a bottleneck at one of the busiest junctions in the town, with worse to come next month when the Trans-Pennine rail upgrade between Garforth and Micklefield begins and the closing of the nearby Ridge Road. The diversion route takes people down the A642 into a bottleneck of this council's creation. Private car parks are having to put cones out on a daily basis to fend off people looking for a free parking space, and request after request is now coming over our desks from residents wanting some form of parking restriction on their street as a result of the excess traffic displaced from the car park. Highways officers have accepted there is a problem which will more than likely result in a traffic regulation order which will cost the council time and money. It was all well and good for Councillor Rafiq to stand up and tell us how much the scheme had brought in terms of an income receipt, but it did nothing to highlight the costs which will be associated with the scheme in the long run, and it does nothing to highlight the chaos it has created in many of our local streets. And that is before we even begin to consider the impact on local traders through a marked reduction in footfall. These are scenarios we imagine can and are being replicated right across the city. But again, no strategy, no plan, no forward thinking. Simply a question of let's make some savings and plough ahead with no analysis as to potential outcome. Lord Mayor, Garforth and Villages East Children's Centres, both of which offer a vital support for children and families and a whole range of extensive services, should be one of the jewels in the crown of children's services. Instead, again, we have had a knee-jerk response to the need to make savings and have highlighted two centres for closure to the massive detriment of local people. Again, just like with district parking, the budget saving was announced with no clear plan or strategy as to how to implement that. Indeed, at the calling meeting that was held last year, it was pointed out that this does not represent a saving to the local authority. They are simply moving it from an expenditure column within children's services budget into an expenditure column of the council as a whole. No saving. Simply shuffling money around from one balance sheet to another does not represent a budget or a budget saving. But again, nobody's listening and there's no strategy. Putting aside the shabby treatment of the hard-working team within the children's centres and the impact upon local families, let's look at the lack of strategy. First of all, staff were told to vacate by Christmas. Now it's going to be March. Well, March is next week. Assuming the proposed changes are still on course, is there a cohesive plan to utilise other buildings from April to deliver a range of complex services, or will there be another delay? Does anybody actually know? Our amendment highlights Garforth and Great Preston, but we will be supporting amendments around children's centres because, again, we are convinced these are issues facing and can be replicated across the city where closures are being rolled out in predominantly opposition areas. Council tax simply cannot keep rising year after year at just under 5%. All three parties of government in the last 16 years have reneged on the pledge to properly assess social care need and develop a strategy funded for social care at a national level through taxation. And that's been for one simple reason. Two simple reasons, actually. It's unpopular and it doesn't win votes. And it's easier, therefore, to continue to pass the hospital ball to local government through increased local taxation. Reinstating community bonfires may seem frivolous during a sustained period of budget pressures, but it would serve a purpose on several fronts. These are a much-loved traditional event that have been part of our calendar for hundreds of years. To offer a free event at a time of financial hardship for many families is exactly the sort of cheap-to-deliver gesture that we should be offering to pay back in some small way something to the people we represent and to offer them something enjoyable from paying council tax. The sum involved is an absolute drop in the ocean and a fraction of the money which was wasted on Leeds 2023, which obviously none of us talk about anymore. We believe it would also help with antisocial behaviour and prolonged activity around the bonfire period, which is distressing to many people, with unauthorised bonfires and unauthorised fireworks deep into the evening across many evenings in November. Community bonfires would not be a perfect solution to that scenario, but it would help.
Sorry, Councillor Dobson, there's just starting to be a bit of background chatter that's just getting above a certain level. If I could just remind colleagues to possibly avoid that, would be hugely appreciated.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Community bonfires would not be a perfect solution to that scenario, but they would definitely help. Our local bonfire in Garforth had to be cancelled the year after the council pulled out of their bonfire programme due to being inundated by tens of thousands of people. The council's decision has made other community bonfires untenable and unsustainable. Council, again, to impose an inflation-busting 4.8% hike on rents and service charges to tenants living in sheltered accommodation is, in our view, unacceptable. The cost of living is rising. Food prices are rising. We've had good news today on utility prices, but nevertheless, 5.6% on Yorkshire Water, 5% on council tax, 4.8% on rent and service charges. We simply cannot keep rinsing year after year some of the most vulnerable people in society. It's unsustainable for them, it's unsustainable for us. We are convinced that many people on the Labour benches must be as queasy about these hikes and charges as we are. And for once, please think about the values that brought you into politics and the people you claim to represent, rather than towing an increasingly untenable party line. Fly tipping remains a blight in our city, not least in rural areas. Year after year, we have asked what the excess cost of collecting fly tipping has been since the imposition of the reduction in the free bulky waste service. And every year, we are told, due to the nature of locality working, these figures are not readily available. Well, there should be. Yet again, a council policy has been implemented with no strategy and without any thought on the broader impact in terms of cost and community blight. Our budget amendments are fully costed and put the people of Leeds first. We would urge the administration find favour with at least some of these proposals, because if the direction of travel and the polls are to be believed, it may well be that going forward you will have to approach the budget in a more collegiate fashion. So why not start now? Potentially, this could be the last budget where amendments make their way straight from this meeting to the scrap heap. If not next year, certainly within the next 2 electoral cycles after that. With this in mind, and recognising our differences as opposition parties, we put forward the following challenge. Next year, before any deals are made as to who gets what jobs and whose various career paths are progressed and settled upon, we think it's about time the people of Leeds are put first and foremost. We believe there are opposition members on this council who have the skill set that can be deployed around our financial management, and yes, opportunities to do so must be granted in a different emerging political landscape, but equally not just to fall in line and protect the status quo in exchange for a remuneration, a job title on the foot of your emails, or a plaque on an office door. The administration is now circling the drain. Whether it goes down the drain in May is entirely up to the people of Leeds, but we would suggest now is the time to adopt a more collegiate approach to decision making and a budget setting, because sooner or later we believe that will be your new reality. Your Leeds MPs could have made this next few weeks much easier for you by removing Sir Keir after the Mandelsel debacle, but instead they've sat tight and are prepared to wait for an apocalyptic set of election results before they move on him, and in doing so they are completely prepared to throw all their candidates in May under the bus. Within the next 3 years, the political headcount in council will take on an all-important significance, and to progress your policy agenda, assuming you actually have one, will take cooperation. So, one final quote from a US president. We would ask the administration to be mindful of what Lyndon Baines Johnson referred to as the first rule of politics. Know how to count, because you're going to need people. But all that is for another day. Today, you are in the hot seat, you are framing this budget, and you will ultimately be answerable for it in 10 short weeks at the ballot box. Lord Mayor, I move our amendments.
Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second our amendments.
Councillor Dixon.
Did you say me? I couldn't hear you. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, I'd like to send my condolences to Councillor Franz Mehr's family. She was always a pleasant character and always treat everybody with respect, including myself. And I'd just like to wish James Rogers and anyone else who's retiring the best of luck for the future, and enjoy. You've earned it. So this budget, the budget debate is ultimately about choices. It's what we value, what we prioritise, and how we use every pound to deliver the greatest possible benefit to the residents of Leeds. So today we have a choice between business as usual, bureaucracy, indifference and distant decision making, or a choice for the people of Leeds. For our communities, our families and our neighbourhoods, and for those who need this council to stand up for them and not step back. So every amendment I rise to support today is rooted in a simple principle that guides the Social Democratic Party. So we put people first, put communities first, and put common sense first. So before turning to the amendments we support, I just want to be transparent about a few of the amendments we might be abstaining or voting against today. So each amendment was assessed on its own merits with careful attention to the long-term planning and financial responsibility, operational feasibility and deliverability, environmental stewardship and legal constraints, and the wider evidence available. Our approach has been simple. We support what directly benefits residents and the front line. We abstain or do not support where proposals lie outside our remit or duplicate existing work, rely on speculative savings, or lack the evidence required for responsible decision-making. So some of the amendments today we've abstained or are going to be voting against today. The main I suppose there's several reasons why, really. One is because we thought it was just out of our ward's remit, and as councillors only in one ward, we didn't want to directly vote for things that were specifically ward-based. So there was some things we felt just had insufficient evidence or unrealistic assumptions, some duplication of work what we felt were already underway, and obviously some things asked for large relocations of reserves, and we felt we didn't want to risk that. So I'll just highlight maybe one or two of the things that we're concerned about on the other amendments. So one of the reasons we won't be voting for the Green Party's nighttime economy amendment is there's nearly 800 late-time venues that have closed since 2020. That's a 26.4% contraction, with closures continuing at roughly 3 per week. 26 towns and cities that have had a nightclub in 2020 have none. 16% have lost all late night venues. 16%, sorry. The UK nightclub sector has seen a 32.7% decline, losing 405 venues between March 2020 and November 24. So these trends relate to energy costs, staffing, insurance, reduced consumer spending, and its fragile context, introducing potential additional burdens required great caution, and we were not persuaded enough that now's the right time for that. The review of litter bin collection we feel already happens. Lots of different things. We've heard enough about a lot of the amendments from everyone else today, so I'm going to try and not go through everything all over again. So I'm going to skip some parts of this speech. You'll be thankful to hear. So let's talk about the amendments we are supporting. We're again looking at different aspects, and we looked at all different amendments, and quite a lot of them are similar. So, for example, 42, 43, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 62, 67. These all redirect money from reserves and non-essential costs and frontline services. And budget should not sit on cash when communities are struggling. So Amendment 46 goes a bit even further by reducing the planned council tax rise next year and responsibility amid cost of living pressures. 43, 47, 48, 49 and 64 are just all, again, very similar. Amendment 43 talks about £50,000 per ward for play equipment, something we've been advocating for a long time in our ward and never seen any fruits of just yet. 47, restoring community bonfires, as our own amendment does. We're reversing parking charges comes up often. We feel that this is something that's really impacted our own ward, especially the Leeds Urban Bike Park, which has seen its visitor numbers significantly drop It's seen staff on reduced hours. It's seen less days opening because of the parking charges. Its cafe has been significantly hit, and local streets are now seeing more parking because people are avoiding the charges and parking further up the road for those that are still going. Amendment 49 talks about removing repeated bulky wage charges, which we support. Onto our own amendments, number 53 is something I think I've spoke about every year since I've been able to put an amendment forward, which is a nice, simple amendment that would give sports clubs in our city the chance just to lease their grounds and get their own funding and improve their own facilities. I don't think that's an unfair ask. I also think it'll save the council money because we will no longer be maintaining their grounds. The clubs will have access to different funding pots because it's their land on a lease. And the clubs will be able to expand and grow, reducing obesity within the city and building that sense of community even further. Obviously, I've touched on community bonfires, but I know Councillor Stables are talking about where we've got the money from. And yeah, okay, we are reducing the EDI to what we have to do statutory. And I understand as a city we go above and beyond that now. But I don't think EDI should be a department. I think it should be everybody's responsibility. We should be all looking at inclusivity wherever we are. And I actually think the community bonfires have a big part to play in actually bringing people together and creating more of a community spirit, which I think will only help people in the long run around equality. Our amendment of 56 talks about bowling greens. One of our local clubs has already been lost because of the changes made last year. And we want to prevent more bowling clubs going the same way. The numbers are not realistic. Asking clubs to find more and more players at a time when a lot of their members are passing away or of ill health is just not realistic and unfair, to be quite honest. Amendment 57, we've asked for 8 new enforcement officers, so we've gone for 8, meaning 1 per community committee area. It's something every one of us in this room gets approached about, is littering, dog fouling, fly tipping. These enforcement officers could pick a lot of those issues up and more on a more local basis. And I think 8 would be a sufficient number because it wouldn't mean they're just static in one ward, that they could move across several wards when and where needed. One of the other things we feel would save money for the council is by doubling the amount of bulky waste slots available. Has anybody ever tried to get a bulky waste slot? It's almost impossible. You're constantly waiting for new ones to be added, and then you have a good experience. Well, it's not because there's never any available. That's my point, right? So residents tell me that it's almost impossible to book. They go on, there's none left, right? So if we double the amount of bulky waste slots, I feel we'd actually save money by not going and getting the fridges off the streets, not going and getting the rubbish waste off the streets, because actually people could just click a button and book someone to collect it. And so I think, maybe I need to move to Wheatwood if it's really good to get one in Wheatwood. So perhaps that's what I need to tell my residents. Go see Wheatwood. I'll send them to you, Councillor Hazelwood. Okay, right. So we're going to support some of the other amendments today as well, like restoring child bereavement support services as well. And one of the other key things we feel would save a lot of money for the council is by buying a large building, for example, an old hotel, or even build a hotel type building that size, where we could house people for, in temporary accommodation. We spend millions as a council housing people in hotels or temporary accommodation, and that money could be saved by having our own building and putting people in there until we find them the appropriate accommodation. But also, additionally, that building could be sectioned up to even have rooms for care leavers, for example, or you know, people in care. It could be separate floors. It depends on layout, obviously. There's loads of scope for saving money by having a large building what could house people safely. And we think that would be a massive, it'd be a big outlay, but a positive in the long run. Just going out. So I'm just going to skip some bits. So our focus is obviously on tackling fly tipping. Has been a massive issue, and the parking charges have probably been the biggest focus we're going for this year.
Councillor Dixon, just sorry again, colleagues, there's just conversations starting to reach a level where it becomes difficult to hear. So if I could just urge, please, for some quiet. Thanks.
Okay, so the amendments we are going to support today across the parties and from our own group they all show a common vision. They redirect money from reserves to real services. They help families, support older residents, strengthen our neighbourhoods, improve safety and invest in community life. They focus on the visible, the local, the practical, not bureaucracy, but people. Not headline numbers, but real improvements in the places our residents call home. This is not left or right, this is not ideological, it's practical, moral and profoundly social democratic. Let's choose people, let's choose community, let's choose common sense and let's choose Leeds. Thank you.
Councillor Chesterfield.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and happy to second and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'd like to start today by paying my own tribute to Councillor France Meir and her family, and obviously she leaves a very young family, and that's very close to my own heart. I'd also like to pay tribute to Victoria Bradshaw and her team, and in particular Richard Ellis, who has helped to create this budget amendments with us this year again, and to James Rogers, who's paid a great contribution to our city. So, my Lord Mayor, budgets are not technical exercises, they're moral documents. They show the people of Leeds who carries the burden and who carries the responsibility. And today we are in what I can only describe as the last chance saloon for this city's financial credibility. Because whilst we're being asked to approve a £655 million net revenue budget, a £70 million year-on-year increase, and the maximum of 5% council tax rise, there is a question hanging over this chamber. Why are we reaching for the taxpayer when nearly 80 million already owed to this council remains uncollected from the sundry debtors list? The £79 million plus reality. As of the 13th of January 2026, the council's own figures show £79,291,772.57 outstanding. This is not abstract, that is real money. So let me break that down. 32.6 million of under 6 months old debt, 9.8 million of between 6 and 12 months old debt, 18.7 million of between 1 and 2 years old debt, and 16 million of between 2 and 5 year old debt, leaving 2 million of 6 years or more old debt. 6 years, that's not temporary delay, that's systemic failure in recovery. It's not a rounding error, it is a black hole. So my ask of the council is to recover first and raise last. Before we increase parking charges, before we sell civic assets, before we ask residents for another 5%, we must prove that we can collect what is already due, because fiscal discipline begins at home. If a household had £80 million outstanding, they wouldn't increase their neighbours' contributions before tightening their own systems. So why should Leeds accept less? Parking charges, the false economy. We're told parking charges are necessary for revenue, but let's be honest, our high streets are fragile. Footfall in many town centres remains below pre-pandemic levels. Independent traders are balancing wage increases, energy pressures and rate resets. And our response is to make it more expensive to visit them. Higher charges equal lower visits, lower spend, empty units, reduced rate base. That is not revenue growth, that is managed decline. We must reverse punitive parking increases and undertake a genuine net impact review, not just count ticket income. Because ghost towns generate no revenue at all, no visitors to some of our parks are being charged for and visitors to some of our parks are being charged for the privilege of using our green spaces. Rescue the high street, keep the money local. There is another way. In Pudsey, the Pudsey Lottery keeps the money circulating locally. It's raised locally, spent locally, supporting local organisations. That is the circular economy in action, not extractive charging. If we want growth, we must empower communities, not penalise them. Children's centres. Prevention must mean something. We speak about prevention, we talk about savings through early intervention, but prevention begins with children. If we are serious about reducing long-term pressures in children and families, which alone carries a £6.5 million outstanding debt, then children's centres must reopen fully, not symbolically. Prevention is not a slogan, it's a strategy. Pudsey Town Hall, our beloved town hall. Pause the sale before we regret it. When a council with a £79 million uncollected debt moves towards asset disposals right across our city, confidence drains away. Pudsey Town Hall deserves a hiatus. Once heritage is gone, it's gone. Leadership is not about speed, it's about stewardship. This is the moment. We are told this is a difficult funding environment, and it is. We all know that. We've known it for many, many years. But difficulty is not an excuse for drift. Leeds is a £25 billion economy. We are a core city. We are not powerless, but we are at a crossroads. We can continue raising charges, selling assets, and explaining decline. Or we can recover what's owed, reform how we operate, rescue our high streets, reopen our children's centres properly, and rebuild confidence in our electorate. The people of this city deserve so much more. This budget must be the turning point, because if not now, when? Recover first, reform second, raise last. Leeds deserves nothing less. I want to thank our finance officers again, because the pressures they are managing are very, very real. But political choices sit here, and the political choice today is this. Do we reform collection first, or do we reach again for the taxpayer? Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second and reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Councillor Hartbrook.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I think everybody in the room will be pleased to know this ought to be mercifully short. Something I don't say very often. I agree with Councillor Robert Finnegan. I think all these amendments will be voted will be voted down by the ruling party, but I implore them to look at them on their merits and judge accordingly. For reference, as Lib Dems, of all the amendments, we'll be supporting 38 of them and only voting no or abstain on 26. And I think it's important for the ruling exec. Councillor Galton mentioned that good ideas come up, get poo-pooed, and then get picked up. And all I would implore is that the members opposite look at these proposals. We've got parking proposals, we've got potholes, which I know have now been picked up on, but there is more to do. PCSOs, where, yes, as an area, we may have more than neighbouring areas, but the numbers are going down and are not being replaced as quickly as they are leaving. And to say otherwise is disingenuous. Ideas such as the number plate, which took 2 years of me personally badgering for action to be taken. Places, I think Councillor Lamb said it best. We have a wonderful patchwork of a city, and our local areas matter. It's not a homogenous city. It's an area where each area deserves its own plan, its own investment, and its own funding to deliver things that matter for the people in those communities. Planet, I'm disappointed that the food waste recycling is ticking on for much longer than it is. Obviously in Rothwell we enjoyed it for over a decade. I think in its final year it recycled 780 tonnes of food waste, multiplied across the city. If run through a biodigester, it could put significant amounts of gas into the network or be burnt and used to generate electricity, which is obviously the future for energy usage in residences. And then finally, profit. I think as a council, we often run things, but we don't run them with the degree of rigour and scrutiny that an actual business would need to in order to be viable. An example which hit me last year, we've got an award-winning, well, actually we've got 2 award-winning cafes in Woodlesford and Rothwell, soon to be 3. But one of the owners, Terry, I was talking to him because he was looking to expand, and I said, Terry, go to the Tiled Hall Cafe in the art gallery. I said, because the last couple of times I've been there, over a period of time, the coffee machine has been broken. Here is a cafe in probably one of the most beautiful venues in Leeds, and it wasn't able to serve coffee. So he said, okay, comrade, I'll go. He went and couldn't get in. Why? Because I think it needs 3 staff to run it safely, and only 2 were available. So they closed it on health and safety grounds because of a shortage of staff. And again, as a business, they would have to find a way of working around that, because as a business, no staff equals no profit equals long-term no business. So I would urge, to sum up, this council to look at the business opportunities that exist around our assets. And I would ask them to look at these amendments which sum up the things that matter. These haven't been just mostly pulled out of thin air or put into score easy political points. They are the things that our residents tell us that matter. So please, look at them. As Stuart said, you're welcome to them. All I would urge is that the ones that you pick up and steal, you steal a little bit quicker and use a little bit quicker than history has done recently. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Pryor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will, in my contribution to today's debate, mainly be speaking about potholes, of course. It's something we're all very, very interested in, but I do want to comment on some of the other amendments first. Councillor Lamb, I was particularly interested in your amendment to give more mice money to all councillors, because I think you've spent all your money on going on a creative writing course for your speech today. It took us on quite a journey. And Councillor Stables made a really good point about your kind of use of AI and kind of obsession with AI in your speeches. And you're almost right. You said it was 8 million. But actually, more than that, it's not. It's £7,793,000, which is a really specific amount of money, which suggests to me one of two things. That either they've made some really technical calculations of exactly how much money AI is going to save, or they've plucked the number from thin air. Now, if they have made those calculations based on the average salary, well, exactly, based on the average salary of a Leeds City Council worker, that would be 325 people. So if you are moving ahead with these amendments, which 325 people at the council are you making redundant? Because that's not in your budget amendment. And I think you need to be honest with people. If you're going to put these amendments down, you need to be honest about what you're doing. I think that it speaks to the fact that how proud the Tories are of the last few years of Tory government, when the only former Tory Prime Minister, Councillor Lamb named, was Margaret Thatcher, who was 7 Tory Prime Ministers ago. And I think that shows exactly how proud they are of their record in government. I was interested in the reform amendments. I mean, there weren't a huge amount of amendments. The Greens amended, I think it's less than 0.25% of the budget of this council, and Reform very similar. And I did pop onto the leader of Reform's website, where she said, it would have been nice to have some input from my group councillor colleague. However, he didn't log on to either of the meetings Finance had arranged for our group. So again, I've done all the work required. And I just think this speaks to how seriously Reform are taking finances of this city. When the leader of Reform in Leeds is going online to slag off other members of Reform. This is a serious job we are doing with this money, and Reform clearly are not taking that role seriously. Now, to speak on potholes, Councillor Lamb says this doesn't just happen from weather, and he is absolutely right. There's pretty much 3 key reasons why potholes are increasing. Weather is, of course, one, and we've had one of the wettest periods over the past few months. Potholes have increased by 279% over February. We have seen that. But austerity has taken a huge hit on our ability to fix roads. £2.7 billion that the Tories and Lib Dems and, well, everyone who's now in Reform cut from Leeds. It was a huge amount of money. And actually, the Greens aren't exempt from this, because in 2015, as the leader was saying, was the year when £45 million was cut from this city by the government, was when your leader, Zach Polanski, joined the Liberal Democrats. He joined the Lib Dems at the time austerity was hitting Leeds the hardest. So the question is what he's saying now what he believes, or was what he was saying then he believes? It's got to be one or the other. So what are we doing about potholes? We are looking at the short, medium and long term. We've announced already, and the leader spoke about the extra £13 million that's going into road repair. We've got 7 teams out at the moment fixing roads. They are doing an incredible job, and I just want to pass all of our thanks onto them, and they are working overtime. And interestingly, as those workers work on overtime, the SDP have a budget amendment down to cut overtime. They've got an amendment down which would take people off the road and off these jobs. All these potholes are logged, and they will get to. But we do have 2 further announcements on potholes. We are putting forward another £1 million to tackle potholes, and that will go into the infrastructure needed. It may well go on the Pothole Pro. I've been out with the teams twice already, and we will be taking their advice on what works best. There is, of course, the Pothole Pro, there's the velocity repair system, there's thermal patching. There are a number of systems. Not all potholes are the same, so we'll be using that £1 million of capital to further reinforce that. And the second announcement is that we are present working with the Combined Authority on funding allocations for roads, and through this work we will be seeking to divert more money to road repair. This doesn't mean pulling back on our work in Vision Zero, nor will it affect schemes that have already begun, but it means that new money will focus on road safety and maintenance, and I will leave it there for my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Flynn.
Thank you very much indeed, Lord Mayor. Not unusual to hear Councillor Lewis and Councillor Pryor criticising Conservative government, but hardly a word about Labour's first 19 months in power, pretty disastrous period for all of us, I think. I've said many times you can rely on the government of any colour to do one thing, and that's let you down time and time and time again. Well, now it's your turn. Keith Starmer and the Labour government were elected on a platform to prioritise growth and to clean up politics by eradicating sleaze and corruption. But before I get into that, what I really find irritating is that this incompetent crew in Westminster will have their snouts in the trough for the next 3.5 years before getting thrown out on their ears. But some decent, hard-working Labour councillors will lose their seats in May, purely due to this Labour's policies. On to the economy. Starmer promised to kickstart economic growth by reforming the economy and bring about a decade of renewal to restore economic stability, unleash investment, shift power away from Westminster, and to turbocharge local mayors. Well, let's see how that's going. Labour policies always mean higher taxes and increased public spending. But higher taxes lead to increased unemployment, which is at its highest rate for 5 years, with the youngest hit hardest of all, with youth unemployment under 24 up between 16 and 14%, the highest in 10 years. With an additional third of a million people more unemployed than a year ago, high unemployment is always Labour's legacy, an appalling indictment of Labour policies. Increased employer costs equals rising unemployment. Rises in business taxes with the fear of more to come creates economic uncertainty. We have weaker business investment than last year, notably in labour-intensive sectors like retail, hospitality and agriculture sectors, not to mention business rate increases leading to further unemployment. Unfunded, high public sector pay rises without productivity improvements. Policy uncertainty and expensive U-turns, all combining to deter investment and strangle growth, which is looking to be at the worst sustained level in 100 years. All this does is to damage business confidence and create volatility, not stability. The government decision to push back mass transit yet again is an absolute disaster for Leeds and the region as a whole. And God knows what effect it will have on investment in the county. So much for turbocharging the West Yorkshire Mayor. Better to give a set of jump leads, I think. And this reflects a plan for a decade of new. I don't think so. A decade of high unemployment, much more likely. On corruption and sleaze, recent headlines speak volumes, not to mention Sleazegate, involving senior members of the Labour Cabinet and the resignation of the anti-corruption minister last year. Less said about that, all the better, while the law takes its course, except that it does reflect catastrophic judgment at the top of the Labour Party. So driving up growth, eradicating sleaze and corruption? I don't think so. Good to hear Councillor Lewis and Councillor Plyer talking about balanced budgets and how to spend money and all the rest of it. Ironic, given that over the last 3.5 years, 2 directorates have overspent by a total of £161 million, including £63 million projected for this year. And I suspect the only reason we're not bankrupt is the quality of our finance staff and their skill with the use of reserves. Now we have reset and reshape, a euphemism for better management. Councillor Lamb has been advocating a back-to-basics approach by the Council for some years, so it's good to see that someone is finally listening. Reset and reshape is a start, but that's all. A more fundamental approach is absolutely necessary, and if councillors listen to our plans, it would not mean a single redundancy. None of the Conservative amendments are politically based. They include giving children the best start in life, looking after elderly and vulnerable adults, improving public safety, attendance charter that actually means something, and getting basic public services right. Isn't that what reset and reshape is all about? I commend the Conservative amendments, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I'm seconding Councillor Lewis's budget today because I believe it truly serves the people of Leeds. As we listen to the opposition wax lyrical about what they would do differently and criticise Labour both nationally and locally, because it's easy, isn't it, when you're in opposition, where you can promise the earth and deliver nothing. And when we listened to Councillor Lamb earlier with his history lesson of the city and the nation, he forgot to mention the previous 14 years that we've had to suffer from the previous government and the 14 years of austerity. So we'll take no lessons in history from you, I'm afraid, on the opposition benches. And when you were talking about our Prime Minister, you forgot to mention the previous 5 in the last how many years, you know, and talking about U-turns, well, there's been so many done by the last 14 years in Conservative government. You need to remember those, or we'll give you a history lesson next time, and then you might remember it. I'd like to look at a few of the points that the opposition have raised. Firstly, policing. What you won't hear from the opposition is that the Labour government provided £8.5 million to recruit 100 new police officers in West Yorkshire, officers with full powers of arrest and who are able to work across all shifts. These are the bobbies on the beat we often hear called for. Well, here you are. Labour have delivered them. PCSOs in West Yorkshire, we have significantly higher number of PCSOs than any other forces. You don't seem to be recognising that fact either. This is a real difference that the Labour government has made. They're ensuring we have a police force that is fit for the future. Why do the opposition insist on living in the past? Speaking of which, let's have a look at some of their amendments. It honestly looks as though they've just resent last year's emails, doesn't it? Once again, we have the attacks on staff, the attacks on trade unions, the attacks on equality, diversity and inclusion. Predictable, but no less disappointing for that. At the risk of repeating myself from previous years, a reduction in the funding of full-time trade union conveners. This forms part of our employees' terms and conditions of employment that can only be achieved either through collective agreement with those very trade unions you are seeking to undermine, or through fire and rehire of our staff. EDI, one of the many roles of these staff, aside from the statutory obligations we have, is to support customer relations and services in responding to complaints where discrimination is alleged. They help ensure these are dealt with appropriately and protect us as a council and our staff in doing so. What we have seen from the SDP is deplorable. It's a literal bonfire of hard-won equality rights for some of the most historically marginalised groups in society. It's deplorable. Councillor Stables, you have again called for council tax exemption for care leavers. What I would say is that rather than a blanket exemption, we work with individual care leavers to develop their financial skills. However, we do still provide a safety net when care leavers fall into difficulty. We use a discretionary relief scheme to pay council tax relief for care leavers who are unable to pay their council tax liability after council tax support has been awarded. So we don't exempt them from council tax, but we do offer support and ensure they don't fall into that financial hardship. Councillor Dobson, a 1% reduction in council tax, headline grabbing and fantastic leaflet fodder, I've got to admit, but unfortunately raiding the reserves to the tune of 4.5 million is literally taking money from the most vulnerable. Those reserves are used to cover the unpredicted costs of demand-led services such as children's and adult social care and those in temporary accommodation. What you are proposing is simply irresponsible and demonstrates poor financial management. Our budget is based on real savings, making real change, delivering for this city. Councillor Lewis has already mentioned the 2 fantastic government programmes that will continue to deliver real change to our city, Young Futures Hubs and Pride in Place. This budget builds on national changes and continues to put the most vulnerable first. We will always protect our frontline services because that is the right thing to do. Lord Mayor, I second Councillor Lewis's budget.
Councillor Carlisle.
Lord Mayor, friends, many thanks to all those in on this debate and even more crucially, those crunching the numbers behind the scenes. I'm pleased to second our group's budget amendments and add some brief comments. It is right and proper, of course, that we give attention to the nitty-gritty detail of how to innovate for our communities and how to save money, how to make money, and how to make things better, how to use the budget to make things better in our communities. However, first, there are some big prizes that are worth pursuing and worth talking about. A year ago, we raised the issue of pension contributions. I have to say it seemed to pass by most people here in council. But to reiterate, we're talking with industry insiders, experts, and they insist that we and most local authorities across the UK are paying far too much into overfunded pension funds. That is, these funds are sitting on stockpiles of cash and are entirely able to meet any likely expenditure in the coming years. We and other Greens elsewhere argued last year to reduce council contributions, and it is happening. We've nibbled off a few percentage points, down from 15.7% down to 12% starting in April. This will save over £10 million for Leeds City Council over the year, not to be sneezed at. However, those same industry insiders insist that we and other local authorities across the UK could safely and confidently push for further reductions to unlock a lot more money. We would strongly urge the Council once again to give this serious attention, in partnership with stakeholders including trade unions, some of whom are supportive, to press the West Yorkshire Pension Fund on this urgently. Councillor Stables also mentioned the hotel levy, something we have championed on repeat over the last few years. And again, this is potentially a really big hitting income generator when it comes through. We're delighted that it's coming through. We hope that we, the council, will get good income from it via the combined authority. Next, we continue to believe in giving attention to a levy on late-night city centre licensed venues, which is a successful model rolled out in boroughs across London and Liverpool and elsewhere. It would raise hundreds of thousands of pounds, of which the council would keep about a third. This was ruled out by Leeds City Council in 2013-14. That's quite a long time ago. We think it's time for a rethink. The SDP expressed concern that this would be levied on hard-pressed venues in our communities, but it wouldn't. It'd be particularly for the city centre.
Is that not a community?
Not in quite the same way. Not like Rothwell. That's quintessential community particularly. There you go. Good. Not like the communities of the city that Alan Lamb also gave off in great detail. We're also still making the case again for the council to raise income from renting out car parks out of hours. This would absolutely solve the issue of parking congestion around Dewsbury Road and raise some cash. The council's failure to pursue this demonstrates a failure of imagination with a side order of a bit of politicking. Also, it's not featured here in our amendments because the legislation isn't there yet. We'd also urge the council to push for legislative powers to enact a modest levy on takeaways. This is a flourishing industry which has significant impact on our communities and our nation, in particular on health and environmental impact, and a modest levy on every hot meal served would be reasonable, effective and beneficial. We also note the Lib Dem amendment on the workplace parking levy. We've long called for this, including during the debate here in council about it last year. Consultation and planning is underway. Maybe this kind of somehow passed you by. Maybe you think you've got a better plan. And I do think it'd be good to get an update from Labour, but we didn't feel we needed to include it because we feel like the work is underway. We were sad but not surprised to see some anti-union proposals from some parties. The unions might be an inconvenience to deregulated free market capitalism, but trade unions have achieved so much across the world through history and across our nation. We owe them, we need them, we shouldn't be undermining them. We also note that the MBIs are pushing for more speed cameras, but as mentioned, we need the legislative changes to make sure that we get the financial income from that. You'll be sad to see that parcel lockers aren't featured in our amendments this year. Basically, we missed the boat. Those lockers are now up and out and about across the city. If we'd been more poised, more ready, we could have used that to raise valuable council income. Finally, great to see a reference to the Hunslet Club by the Tories, those well-known champions of youth work. Yes, the Hunslet Club is brilliant, but it's another situation where we might superficially appreciate the budget proposal, but question the intention and the integrity behind it. Thank you all. Onwards.
Councillor Downs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In seconding our budget amendments, I can't remember in my 23 years when a single budget amendment got through. Did we get one through? Oh yeah, I apologise, yes. Yes, there you go. Better memory than me, but I have died since then once. That's another story. But that's another story. Anyway, the sad thing is that is the way that this side of democracy works. Because you control the chamber, you control the budget. The sad thing is it then closes your ears and eyes to what we have to say. And last year we said that you should go and get, one of our amendments was to go and get a pothole pro. That now looks like it could well be on the agenda. Shame it wasn't last year when we said our amendment, because now we've got the really bad winter. Well, it doesn't matter. We had it costed in our budget though, in our amendment. We had it costed in our amendment. Anyway, the point is that now we've got a bad winter, that could have been in action now. One of the problems that I've got... Carry on. Look, Lord Mayor.
You've all been doing it all afternoon. Don't look at me now.
Okay. Right, well, all I'm trying to say, I was just trying to help with something, because there are some really big potholes in my ward. I report them. Up to a week later, I get a response saying, your inquiry will be dealt with within the next 10 to 14 days. That isn't acceptable, because some of them have been really dangerous potholes, and we really need to be able to prioritise. So as a councillor, if we say we have got a serious one which could cause injury or even death with one of the ones on my ward, because it was on a blind bend, we should be able to expedite them. So that's one request. Car parking. I was running on the Chevin on Monday, and I ran through Surprise car park. There was a total of 2 cars parked. I went down to Lower Shorefield car park. There were 2 cars parked. Everybody is deserting that area, and however, they weren't quite deserting it because they were parked on East Chevin Road. All along the road, nobody in the car park. That is one policy which I really think you should be reversing, because it is causing people's problems accessing leisure facilities such as the fresh air of the Chevin, and it's a safety issue for the cars as well. Let me just have a look here. On the food waste, again, we've had a food waste trial in Rothwell, successful trial.
10 years.
10 years, and what you're now proposing doesn't actually meet the government's requirements. And I asked the question a few council meetings ago, what's your plan? And to hear today that you're thinking about what to do to the other 20% of people that don't have brown bins, well, why isn't the plan there now? Why haven't you got the solution? You know, it should be in place now. That's when we're needing it for. So, just to go back to what I was saying, every year, apart from Councillor Blackburn's amendment, we don't get them passed until the following year or future years. My concern is, next year, who's going to be in charge? Who's going to be setting the budget? And so the point is, at some point, you're going to have to start listening to some of these. Are you really saying to me that 64 amendments are all rubbish because, well, some of ours are rubbish because they're about the waste. But the point is, at some point, you're going to have to start listening to people on this side of the chamber so that we can get a budget passed for everybody in Leeds, and hopefully it will be a budget that people in Leeds want, because you'll then listen to us and not just do what you want politically, and let's deliver something for the people of Leeds. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and may I congratulate in seconding Councillor Lamb, congratulate him on. It might have been a creative language course, but it was almost worthy of Wordsworth, I would think. And after sitting, fellow parents in the room will know what I mean. When after sitting through an hour of Councillor Lewis, which resembled In the Night Garden, and had a very similar effect as it does on my 2-year-old. It was a joyous occasion to listen through such hope and aspiration for this great city from Councillor Lamb. There was just one point of Councillor Lamb's speech which I have to correct, I'm afraid, Leader. 15 U-turns you mentioned from the Prime Minister. I'm afraid during your speech the Prime Minister made his 16th U-turn and U-turned on student financing, having told his backbench Labour MPs they would have to defend the current system of robbing students on their student financing. Turning to some of the other amendments, Lord Mayor. The Greens, you know you're in a paradigm shift when it's the Green Party that call another party weird. I mean, you know where you are. And I am surprised, Councillor Stables, your comments about AI, because I've looked very carefully at your economic policies locally and nationally, and you seem to have a fairly firm grasp of artificial intelligence. On protests, I would just correct you, Councillor Stables. It's really important to listen to citizens of this city, across all groups and views. And freedom of speech is something that all of us would fight to protect in this city. There is, however, a very firm line that's drawn when freedom of speech becomes hate speech. And that is what we are seeing weekly with the hate marches in this city. And we have to listen carefully to the police and others when they ask us as a council to take action to assist them in dealing with instances of hate crime before and after they happen. And that is why the amendment is laid there, so we can help the police our streets and make them safe for all communities and prevent incidences where those who, I'm afraid, Councillor Stables, those that you've got into bed with, that those people who come to Leeds from elsewhere in the country and preach hate on our streets, we should be supporting the police to deal with those people as needs happen, and that's what it does. And then, Lord Mayor, I'll just turn briefly to the Labour budget and the comments by the Leader of Council, because it was largely fiction, as always. Skipping, it was actually almost worthy of a Booker Prize this year, Councillor Lewis. Skipping through chapters of fiction, pretending that inflation isn't rising, pretending that just a year ago one of this city's MPs lost the Labour whip for voting to scrap the two-child benefit cap. And now apparently we're all in favour of that happening in Leeds. National living wage. The leader mentioned a lot about national living wage. He hasn't mentioned the government's about to U-turn on their manifesto pledge to raise the level for 18 to 21-year-olds to the same as everywhere else. And the small mention of school building programme, conveniently missing the fact all those schools and academies mentioned by the council leader were announced for rebuilding under the previous government, of course. The only re-announcement, Councillor Lewis, is because your Secretary of State halted it and then re-announced it. Trams. I'm surprised the leader mentioned trams at all, given that the director at Wyker in charge of delivering it has handed his resignation in knowing it's probably never going to happen. And here's the non-fiction, Councillor Lewis. This is a record of your government. Youth unemployment is up. Debt is up. Inflation is up. Benefits are up. The number of potholes are up. Trams cancelled. The LGI cancelled. The only thing going down under this government, Lord Mayor, seems to be disgraced former ministers. Councillor Lamb drew an alternative path for this city in his speech today, and it's one that I'm happy to second and encourage everybody to vote for when the votes come shortly. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Chesterfield.
Gosh, follow all that. I don't know how I'm going to follow it, to be fair. But anyway, I'm here to rise and second the amendment put forward by the SDP, because at its heart is simple and essential principle. Budgets must work for the people. Not paperwork, not for bureaucracy, and not for distant strategies that never touch the ground, but for the residents who rely on us every single day. And that's why myself and some of my group colleagues will be supporting some of the other amendments that we've heard today. These recognise that every councillor in the chamber already knows our communities are under pressure, families still dealing with the cost of living crisis, and neighbourhoods need visible investment. Services need to be easy to access, not harder, and people want to see their council putting resources where they make the biggest difference on the front line. What these amendments do is straightforward and responsible. It redirects money from areas where it can be sit unused or be absorbed by central reserves and places it back where residents they actually feel the benefit from them. That is not reckless, it's not ideological, that is good budgeting. Frontline services are where trust is earned. When a family sees a safer crossing installed, when a neighbourhood sees fly tipping dealt with quickly, and when an older resident can rely on sheltered housing costs staying manageable, that is when people believe that the council is on their side. These amendments reinforce that belief. It strengthens the places where community life actually happens, in our parks, our high streets, our play areas, and on our local roads. These are the things residents talk to us about on the doorstep. These are the things that make neighbourhoods feel cared for, or indeed neglected. It also focuses on early support, restoring services for bereaved families, investing in early years provision and supporting SEND children and not optional extras. They are the foundations of a fair and resilient city. When we back up early health, we prevent crisis, we reduce future demand, and we uphold our duty to care for the most vulnerable. And crucially, these amendments and those that we've heard today also recognise something we cannot ignore. Safety matters, whether it's speeding on local roads, fly tipping in alleyways or on green spaces, or winter conditions leaving streets hazardous. People want action. These amendments deliver practical solutions, better enforcement, better infrastructure, better resilience. They are the quiet, everyday interventions that keep our city functioning. Now, Lord Mayor, I also want to be clear about something. Every amendment brought forward today deserves to be taken seriously, and we've done exactly that. We have examined each proposal on its merits, with attention to long-term planning, financial responsibility, operational feasibility, and the evidence available. Where amendments duplicated existing work, relied on uncertain savings, or lacked the detail needed to make the responsible decisions, we have chosen not to support them. Where they propose spending in areas outside of our wards, as Councillor Dixon explained earlier, we have abstained or will abstain. That is fair and that is a principled thing to do. But where amendments are practical, deliverable, targeted and capable of making life better for residents, we have supported them. They include strengthening the communities, where it improves safety, supports families, put resources into the places where people live their daily lives, and it does so while keeping the budget balanced and financially responsible. Lord Mayor, these amendments reflect the kind of council we should always strive to be, a council that listens, a council that invests in the people, and a council that acts with common sense and compassion. For these reasons, I am proud to second these amendments. Thank you.
No other colleagues have indicated, and therefore Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and what an exciting afternoon that was. I would like to, first of all, just on one of Councillor Lamb's points, I think after £2.7 billion have been taken away from this organisation under Conservative Party austerity, say the council is too big is not a risk that we will face. But I do commend Councillor Lamb, actually. I do commend Councillor Lamb. You know, his amendments on AI have been some of the more interesting ones we've seen in recent years. And I also really enjoyed the use of AI in his speech as well. So I'm going to follow that inspiration and just talk about North Yorkshire. And I asked AI about North Yorkshire. It said, North Yorkshire, England's largest and most rural county, offers a diverse mix of dramatic landscapes, historic market towns and a stunning heritage coastline. It features two world-renowned national parks, the Yorkshire Dales and North Yorkshire Moors, and endless opportunities for exploring chocolate box villages. What a wonderful vision of North Yorkshire. What North Yorkshire also has is a Conservative-run council that not only charges for garden waste collections that this council does not, they've also put up car parking charges by 30% this year. So I don't think we need any lectures from the Conservative group about charges for car parking. Anybody that visits North Yorkshire knows exactly how widespread district centre car parking is in North Yorkshire. So I think it's a bit of a hypocrisy from the Conservatives to go on about car parking when we can see a council next door to us where they actually run a council and see what they do in terms of car parking charges. It really sticks to my throat. And also, if North Yorkshire Council are building too many houses on the border of Wetherby, why don't you just have a word with your colleagues in County Hall to see about that? I'm beginning to wonder how effective the Conservative group is at anything. Just turning to a comment Councillor Lamb did, this is a serious point about planning. I think in terms of the police investigation, that is ongoing, as was reported. In terms of safeguards, we had an external review. It's been to the Corporate Governance and Audit Committee once. It's coming back again. It's been to Executive Board. We do take that seriously. Like I say, we have brought in external support on how we do that. I do want to reassure people on moving that forwards. I want to make some general comments about the various things said about children's services. And I think it's worth, just to go on a little history lesson, to remind everybody that when the Conservatives and Lib Dems ran this council up to 2010, children's services in this city were rated inadequate, and they are now rated outstanding. And that is something that we are proud of. Part of that journey from inadequate to outstanding was bringing the MST can process that Councillor Lamb talked about, and we continue to support that. I think that's important to say. And in terms of sorry, Lord Mayor, I think there seems to be some conversations over here. You know, and again, we have more children's centres than any other city, and we're investing in family support work, in social work, in supporting those children's centres to prevent children needing care. If the opposition aren't aware of that, I'm sure we can arrange a briefing. And also to Councillor Dixon, this big building where people are put into when they need temporary accommodation, it already exists. We planned it, we put the investment in, and people are living there today. Just to go around some of the other amendments that were made today. The Lib Dems are very keen on an anaerobic digester now. On the edge of mine, Councillor Miller and Councillor Harlan's ward, we have an anaerobic digester, and sometimes it smells quite badly. So if the Lib Dem anaerobic digester ever comes in, I hope it's built in up Rothwell ward and named after Councillor Galton. So residents in Rothwell ward will be able to say, oh, the Stewart's smelling tonight. Turning on to some of the other comments. I mean, it was a useful. I enjoyed Councillor Downs' explanation of democracy. And if I get this right, if the Conservatives don't get a majority in Parliament, so therefore don't join it, but the Lib Dems join with them, so the Conservatives can do what they want, and the Lib Dems can get a 10p tax on plastic bags, that means the Lib Dems are in control of that chamber. Yeah. And let's not forget that was when £181 million was taken away from services in this city every year. And let's not forget, you know, and let's not forget tuition fees that the Lib Dems promised to end completely were tripled. So I think that's useful to have a lecture on how it all works from the Lib Dems. Just turning to some of the other issues, it's you know, given the continued and persistent investment we've made in youth services, when the Conservatives cut funding for it and other councils reduced it completely, I welcome the conversion of the Conservative group to the benefits of youth services. As well. Looking at some of the Greens, I'm slightly puzzled by the Greens. I don't find them weird, but I'm slightly puzzled. Councillor Stable started off by saying parking charges are wrong. Councillor Carlisle stood up and said we need more of them. You know, we didn't hear anybody from the third row of the Greens. Maybe we could get a third. Maybe we could get a third view on council charges. But on the more positive part, I mean, we've just opened a new banking hub in our community hub in Horsforth, something that was the Greens talked about there, and I think it was good to hear Penny Stables praising Councillor Pryor's work in getting a post office in the library in Headingley. Good job we have councillors working in Headingley and getting things done. Just to move on to, and I do want to make a couple of serious points as well. Councillor Dixon referred to EDI funding, and let's, you know, let's go through exactly what this funding is for. We fortunately have a bit of a fall in hate crime in this city. The two areas, the area where we've seen hate crime rise is religious-based hate crime. We saw, over in Manchester, we saw a horrific attack on the synagogue, and we saw an attack on the mosque earlier this week. That funding that Councillor Dixon wants to cut is supporting the work to tackle anti-Islamic prejudice and anti-Semitism, and we should be keeping that, not cutting that. And we certainly shouldn't be coming with cheap lines by saying bonfires bring people together more than that kind of work. And let's not forget, this work also covers the Holocaust Memorial Day as well, and we should not be voting to cut that kind of work. It was interesting, given the amount of amendments on trade unions as well, the only person to actually speak up and mention trade unions at all was Councillor Cooper. None of the councillors who proposed those reductions to trade unions were actually prepared to stand up and argue the case for their proposed cuts to trade unions. I thought that was really interesting. You know, the idea of some of the councillors over there scurrying around in the background trying to reduce trade union funding, but not also actually being prepared to stand up in this council chamber and argue the case for their proposed cuts to trade unions. It shows the lack of honesty in some of their proposals move forward. I'd also turn on to the two Middleton Park councillors that spoke about local services and completely forgot to mention the £20 million of Pride in Place funding from a Labour government invested into Middleton Park for local services where decisions are being made by communities. It's almost like they're more interested in party politics, even though Councillor Dixon didn't seem to know the name of his party, than they are actually in improving things in Middleton Park Ward. So just to sum up on the budget that we are moving, let's be absolutely clear. We had lots of useful lectures on democracy. Lots of the amendments that are being put forward are things we're actually doing: increasing bulky waste collections, increasing funding for litter picking, increasing work to improve our parks and green spaces. These are things that this administration are doing, and I know it's a time that some people start thinking about the need to putting things in leaflets, but we won't be voting for things we are already doing, because we are getting on with the job in the city. We've heard some ragbag amendments, some of them, as Councillor Cooper says, this feels like, they were cut and pasted and emailed in from last year, didn't even get ChatGPT out to do them. But we're putting forward a budget today that is aimed, we are turning the corner on austerity. There's still a long way to go, but we are finally turning the corner on austerity. We're turning the corner on poverty in this city, and we're turning the corner on poverty in this city. We're making our council services better. We're investing in green infrastructure, and we're making the city further. So, Lord Mayor, with that, I shall move the budget.
Councillor Farley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In accordance with Council Procedure Rule 16.4, I call for recorded votes on all budget amendments and the final budget motion.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Second, Lord Mayor.
Okay, colleagues. We are now going to vote on the budget amendments, which will be then followed by the vote on either the budget motion or substantive motion. You may want to listen to this bit. You might not. But, Chief Executive will give the announcement about voting once and once only. There's even more coming, yeah? Strap yourself in. When we do the voting, there is no requirement for me to read out the numbers of who's voted. So as soon as I have results, I will announce whether it's been carried or lost, and we'll immediately move on to the next vote. So you are going to need to move at some pace. Somebody's waving at me. Okay. Councillor Bowden can't vote. Yeah, Deputy Leader would like to know if you put 50p in the meter earlier on. Right, we're just going to do a reset. I've not caught. I mean, people have already started voting. Yeah.
If it doesn't work, if the system doesn't reset, if you just tell him once that if he disagrees with how he wants to vote.
Are you still not flashing? Okay, well we'll get you we'll just get you to indicate. Oh, you've got a seat right next to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, we'll make sure we adjust it. So if you just, move across, perfect. Councillor Lamb's just saying, given that he suggested that, is that an amendment that he's just won? Right. Okay. Right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really mindful of time, so let's press on. Chief Executive.
Thank you. Would all members, apart from one, please ensure they're in allocated seats? Members have requested a recorded vote on Amendment 1 in the name of Councillor Lamb. Members should refer to their desk unit and press the green button marked yes plus to vote in favour, red button marked no minus to vote against, yellow button marked abstain 0 to abstain.
That amendment is lost. Amendment 2 in the name of Councillor Lamb. I don't need to, I can see a result. Okay, perfect. That amendment was lost. Amendment 2 in the name of Councillor Lamb. Please vote now. That amendment is lost. Amendment 3 in the name of Councillor Lamb. Please vote now. That amendment is lost. Amendment 4 in the name of Councillor Alan Lamb. Please vote now. That amendment is lost. Amendment 5 in the name of Councillor Lamb. Please vote now. That amendment is lost. Amendment 6 in the name of Councillor Lamb. Please vote now. That amendment is lost. Amendment 7 in the name of Councillor Lamb. Please vote now. That amendment is lost. Amendment 8 in the name of Councillor Lamb. Please vote now. Thank you. That amendment is lost. Amendment 9 in the name of Councillor Lamb. Please vote now. That amendment is lost. Amendment 10 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. That amendment is lost. Amendment 11 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. That amendment is lost. Amendment 12 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. Not everybody has voted. But that, thank you, the amendment is lost. Amendment 13 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. That amendment is lost. Amendment 14 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. That amendment is lost. Amendment 15 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. That amendment is lost. Amendment 16 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. That amendment is lost. Amendment 17 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 18 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. Councillor Thompson, are you? That amendment is lost. Amendment 19 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 20 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 21 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. Has everybody voted? Councillor Seary? Perfect. That is lost. Amendment 22 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. Thank you. That is lost. Amendment 23 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. That amendment is lost. Amendment 24 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 25 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. Councillor Goodall, are you? Wonderful, thank you. That is lost. Amendment 26 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 27 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. That is lost. And Amendment 28 in the name of Councillor Galton. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 29 in the name of Councillor Stables. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 30 in the name of Councillor Stables. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 31 in the name of Councillor Stables. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 32 in the name of Councillor Stables. Please vote now. That is lost. We are halfway through. I think it deserved a bigger cheer than that, but okay. Amendment 33 in the name of Councillor Stables. Please vote now. That amendment is lost. Amendment 34 in the name of Councillor Stables. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 35 in the name of Councillor Stables. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 36 in the name of Councillor Stables. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 37 in the name of Councillor Stables. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 38 in the name of Councillor Stables. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 39 in the name of Councillor Stables. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 40 in the name of Councillor Stables. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 41 in the name of Councillor Finnegan. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 42 in the name of Councillor Finnegan. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 43 in the name of Councillor Finnegan. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 44 in the name of Councillor Finnegan. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 45 in the name of Councillor Finnegan. This is the big one. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 46 in the name of Councillor Dobson. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 47 in the name of Councillor Dobson. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 48 in the name of Councillor Dobson. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 49 in the name of Councillor Dobson. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 50 in the name of Councillor Dobson. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 51 in the name of Councillor Dobson. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 52 in the name of Councillor Dobson. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 53 in the name of Councillor Dixon. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 54 in the name of Councillor Dixon. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 55 in the name of Councillor Dixon. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 56 in the name of Councillor Dixon. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 57 in the name of Councillor Dixon. Please vote now. This is 57, isn't it? That is lost. Amendment 58 in the name of Councillor Dixon. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 59 in the name of Councillor Dixon. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 60 in the name of Councillor Dixon. Please vote now. That is lost. Just 5 more votes to go. Amendment 61 in the name of Councillor Smith. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 62 in the name of Councillor Smith. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 63 in the name of Councillor Smith. Please vote now. That is lost. Amendment 64 in the name of Councillor Smith. Please vote now. That is lost, which brings us to our final vote on the budget motion itself in the name of Councillor Lewis. Please vote now. Those for, yes. Those against, none. 32 abstentions. That is carried. So we now go, thank you. We now go back on the order paper to page 4. Agenda item 5, Councillor Lewis.
Move in terms of notice, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Second, Lord Mayor.
Call for the vote. All those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Agenda item 6, recommendations of General Purposes Committee. Councillor Lewis.
Move in terms of notice, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Farley.
Second, Lord Mayor.
I'll move to the vote to approve the recommendations of the report. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Agenda item 7, appointments. Councillor Farley.
Move in terms of the notice, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Timmins.
Second, Lord Mayor.
I'll move to the vote to approve the recommendations in the report. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. The only other item I have, you will notice that Councillor Brown was not with us today, and I know on behalf of all of us we wish him a full and speedy recovery. And without further ado, I will bring this meeting to a close. Thank you all very much indeed.